Chapter 1190. Duan Tianlang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Xian and the other man did not stop them. Then he regained his confidence again. Although the other party was powerful, there were only two of them. On the other hand, there were two top forces on their side. If they really fought, he could guarantee that the other party would not have any advantage. Therefore, in his opinion, the reason why Lin Xian did not stop them was because they were powerful. He did not even think about the ancient tree. "You guys go up and pick all the silver leaves and spirit fruits," Duan Tianlang and the elders of Divine Bird Palace ordered. Immediately, the young warriors walked out quickly with ecstasy on their faces. So what if Lin Xian was powerful? He could only watch them snatch the spirit fruits. They knew a thing or two about the effects of the spirit fruits. Moreover, there were many of them. If they performed well, they might be able to get some. Thinking of this, the young warriors became even more excited. One by one, they sped up and strode forward. There were even two young cultivators at the 6th level of the honorable realm who moved quickly, wanting to grab the spirit fruit before everyone else. However, just as the two warriors approached, the ancient tree in front of them suddenly shook. The branches seemed to have become the sharpest divine spear and instantly pierced through the two warriors. The attack was so sudden that the two warriors did not even have time to react before they were pierced by the branches. Just as they were about to struggle and resist, a strange power suddenly came from the branches and sucked their flesh and blood essence dry. Plop! Plop! Two sounds were heard. Then, two dried corpses that had been sucked dry fell to the ground. This scene shocked everyone. Those warriors who wanted to pick the fruits all stopped in their tracks. Not only that, but everyone had a horrified expression on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. It could not be helped. This was too terrifying. The ancient tree that they thought was within their reach had launched a fierce attack. In an instant, it had pierced through the 2/6 Heaven Venerables. A one-hit kill, clean and tidy. Behind them, Lin Xian sneered. Just as he had guessed, the spirit fruits were not so easy to pick. But Duan Tianlang and the elder of Divine Bird Palace narrowed their eyes and their faces changed. The reason why they let their disciples do it was because it was inconvenient for them to do such a thing with their status. But they didn't expect such a thing to happen. Soon, Duan Tianlang recovered from his shock and quickly shouted, "Come back!" In fact, there was no need for him to shout, as those young martial artists had already retreated. They simply did not dare to go up again. When all the warriors retreated to their sides, Duan Tianlang and the elders of Divine Bird Palace quietly breathed a sigh of relief. But very soon, their expressions became very ugly. Judging from the ancient tree's attack, even a 7th level venerate might not be able to safely pluck it. "It seems that we've made a mistake this time." Duan Tianlang took a deep breath, his voice extremely solemn. When he turned around and saw Lin Xian's mocking expression, he was instantly enraged. "Damn it, I was tricked." Judging from the other party's expression, it was as if he knew that there was danger ahead of time. However, the other party didn't say anything and didn't even try to stop them. It was obvious that they were trying to trick them. At the thought of this, Duan Tianlang's expression became extremely ferocious. "Kid, don't be so smug. Do you think this can stump us? Let me tell you, the Palace of Ares is much more powerful than you think. Believe it or not, you won't be able to get a single spirit fruit on this tree." Duan Tianlang roared. "You don't have to worry about whether I can get the spirit fruit or not. I'm more curious about whether you can get the spirit fruit or not." Lin Xian sneered with his hands behind his back. "Humph, don't be so arrogant. I'll open your eyes today." Duan Tianlang snorted coldly, then turned around and stared at the ancient tree in front of him. In the next moment, he let out a low roar and quickly attacked. His tall figure exploded with incomparable energy. A ray of light shone, and a huge hand that covered the sky grabbed forward. It had to be said that Duan Tianlang was indeed powerful. Even among the 7th level venerates, he was extremely powerful. The huge hand formed by spiritual energy directly enveloped the entire ancient tree and even formed a sealed space, trying to uproot the ancient tree. The ancient tree sensed danger, and all the branches on its body began to tremble. Every branch emitted an incomparable radiance, as if they were spears of the demon god, rapidly piercing into the void. Rumble! There was an intense collision sound. Countless branches turned into sharp spears and ruthlessly pierced into the huge hand of spiritual energy, creating a loud, clanging sound. Then, countless holes were pierced into the huge hand of spiritual energy. In the end, it couldn't hold on any longer and turned into spiritual energy again, dissipating into the sky. The hundreds of spears turned into branches again and rapidly fell down, drifting with the wind. What? It blocked it. How is this possible? The martial artists behind were stunned. They couldn't believe that an ancient tree could actually block the full attack of a 7th-level Venerate. Even Duan Tianlang was shocked. He didn't expect his attack to be so easily blocked by the other party. It seemed that the ancient tree was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Xian burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Is this the strength of the Palace of Ares? It's really an eye-opener." Hearing Lin Xian's ridicule, Duan Tianlang's face became extremely ferocious. At this moment, the elder of the divine bird palace strode forward and said in a deep voice, "Brother Duan, let me help you." "All right." Duan Tianlang nodded heavily and his eyes lit up again. He ignored Lin Xian and stared at the ancient tree in front of him again. This time he was going to summon his martial soul and attack with all his might. Duan Tianlang's martial soul was a demonic wolf with green wings. It was very valiant. When the demonic wolf appeared, it immediately exploded with an extremely violent power, as if a peerless beast had awakened. On the other side, the elder of the divine bird palace also summoned his thunder bird martial soul. The two of them joined forces and quickly attacked forward. This was the attack of 2 7th-level Venerates. Its power was unimaginable. In an instant, a terrifying pressure filled the entire space. If this wasn't the Pine Palace, the entire ground would have collapsed. Even so, the terrifying energy still caused the ground to tremble slightly. The Thunderbird flew, bringing with it unparalleled thunder. Huge thunderbolts quickly descended from the sky and bombarded the surroundings. Even a 7th-level Venerate would find it difficult to block such an attack. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning blasted towards the ancient tree in front of them. At the same time, the winged demonic wolf also ran with all its might. It opened its mouth and spat out a gray gust of wind. Ordinary mountains and rivers couldn't withstand such a gust of wind. They would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. Chapter 1191. That's great. With the two elders attacking with all their might, we'll definitely be able to take down the ancient tree. That's for sure. I'm afraid only an 8th-level Venerable can resist such a terrifying attack. Even if the ancient tree is powerful, it's definitely not at this level. Behind them, a group of martial artists and disciples were extremely excited. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes with a sneer on his lips. He did not think that the two's attacks would pose any fatal threat to the ancient tree. Sure enough, the ancient tree would not just sit and wait for death. It sensed the threat and immediately emitted an extremely bright light. The silver leaves in the sky swayed and immediately formed 9 silver snakes. They danced wildly in the air and quickly resisted the terrifying lightning bombardment. Meanwhile, the red fruit kept moving and formed phoenixes. They were bathed in flames and quickly rushed toward the earth demon wolf. Countless energy collided and then smashed apart. The entire space was flooded in an instant. The disciples' expressions changed drastically as they retreated. They could not withstand the impact of the energy at all. However, Lin Xian did not retreat. Countless sword qi rushed out of his body and quickly destroyed the violent flow and energy aftermath. The air around him was very quiet. There was no trace of energy riot at all. The entire space was filled with violent flows and was filled with infinite danger. However, Lin Xian's surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. There was no trace of energy riot. When everything vanished into thin air, the martial artists in the distance were stunned. This was because Duan Tianlang and the elder who were fighting the ancient tree were retreating in an extremely embarrassing manner. Both of them had suffered some injuries. What? Did they fail? Seeing this, everyone panicked. If the two experts could not even get the spirit fruit, it would be very difficult for them to do so. Duan Tianlang and the elder from the Divine Bird Palace were even more shocked. They looked ahead in a daze. Then they shook their heads and sighed as they opened their palms. There was a silver leaf in each of their palms. This was the spoils of war that they had obtained with all their might. However, they did not feel any joy. Instead, they felt a sense of horror. One had to know that both of them were 7th level venerables. Moreover, they were not ordinary 7th level venerables. The two of them were very powerful when they joined forces. However, they only obtained 2 silver leaves and even suffered some injuries. It had to be said that the tree demon in front of them was too powerful, far beyond their imagination. They even suspected that Lin Xian already knew about this, which was why he didn't stop them. Thinking of this, Duan Tianlang looked back. When he saw the mocking smile on Lin Xian's face, he was even more certain of his suspicions. Damn it, this brat already knew. As expected, with that kid's character, how could he not make a move? It turns out that he already knew that the tree demon ahead was very difficult to deal with. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace also had an ugly expression on his face. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said slowly, "The performance of the two of you is really unsightly. Dignified 7th level experts and elders of top forces actually only managed to obtain 2 leaves. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to live in this world. I advise you to find 2 pieces of tofu and knock yourself to death, so that you don't embarrass your family here." "What did you say?" "Brat, you're courting death." Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace were furious. Although they did not succeed, they would not allow themselves to be ridiculed like this. "What did I say?" "What I said is the truth." Lin Xian sneered. "You want to occupy this place without any ability? You're really boasting shamelessly. Both of you get out of here. Don't delay my attack." Hearing this, Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace trembled with anger. Even the disciples' faces darkened. Duan Tianlang roared and was about to rush up to Lin Xian. However, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace held him back and said coldly, "Brother Duan, don't be rash. That tree demon is so powerful. I'm afraid that only 8th level venerables can contend with it. No matter how powerful that brat is, he can't reach the combat power of an 8th level venerables." Hearing this, Duan Tianlang calmed down. I'd like to see what kind of ability this brat has. How dare he mock us?" After saying this, he and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace stepped back and watched coldly. The disciples of the 2 major forces also sneered. They did not believe that Lin Xian could be stronger than their 2 elders. Let this brat keep pretending. Let's see how he'll deal with it when he fails. What a joke! Who does he think he is? How dare he try to subdue such a terrifying tree demon? What shameless boasting! Let's see. He'll definitely fail. No one believed that Lin Xian would succeed. Even Zhao Shui looked doubtful. "Lin Xian, do you have a way? If we join forces, we should be stronger than the 2 of them, but I'm afraid we won't be able to take much. But we can still take 5 or 6 portions." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "There's no need to join forces for the time being. I have a way." Somehow, seeing Lin Xian smile, Zhao Shui felt relieved. She had seen too many miracles happen to Lin Xian along the way. Therefore, She chose to believe in Lin Xian this time. Brat, can you do it? Do you need me to set up a formation to help you? The dark red divine dragon was also worried. No need. Let me try first. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the dark red divine dragon hurriedly explained, Brat, you must be careful. If I'm not wrong, that ancient tree should be a tree demon, and it's very powerful. I'm afraid it's already at the level of an 8-star demon general. Otherwise, it's impossible that the two of them couldn't even subdue it. From the looks of it now, I'm afraid that only an 8th level venerate can truly subdue that fellow. However, if we join forces, we might be able to take many spirit fruits. However, Lin Xian still shook his head after hearing that. He naturally knew that the ancient tree in front of him was a tree demon. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful tree demon. In terms of combat power, probably no one could compete with it now. However, it was precisely because it was a tree demon that he had a way to subdue it. In the next moment, he took a step forward, looked coldly in front, and shouted loudly, I know that you've already activated your spiritual intelligence and can understand what I'm saying. Hand over half of the silver leaves and fruits obediently, and I'll spare your life. What? Hearing that, everyone was stunned. They thought that Lin Xian would attack the tree demon forcefully, but they didn't expect him to threaten it. This brat must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. If such threats were effective, would he still have a chance? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I knew he couldn't do it, but I didn't expect him to be so weird as to threaten the tree demon. Chapter 1192. The group of people looked at Lin Xian and laughed maniacally. Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace were also puzzled. When they saw Lin Xian's confidence, they thought that he had some powerful killer move. They didn't expect to see such a comical scene. Humph, I was wondering what it was. It's just a clown playing to the gallery. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace sneered. An ant is an ant. How can you expect it to create a miracle? Duan Tianlang also sneered. How dare he go against the Palace of Ares with this level of skill? He's courting death. Even Zhao Shui and the dark red dragon were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Xian to threaten them. Zhao Shui's mouth twitched slightly. Her expression was very strange. The dark red dragon covered its face with its dragon claws and wailed. Shameful, too shameful. This brat is hopeless. As far as it was concerned, Lin Xian's actions were simply foolish to the extreme. He had specifically warned that the tree demon was very powerful, but it didn't have any effect. Lin Xian's words were too shocking, so everyone was stunned for a moment. However, no one thought that Lin Xian was telling the truth. Many people laughed at him after hearing it. Even the ancient tree in front of him was enraged when it heard this. An unusually violent and terrifying aura was emitted from the ancient tree. Suddenly, the entire space trembled violently. When the warriors in the distance felt this aura, the mocking expression on their faces disappeared. It was replaced by a horrified expression. This aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond what they could withstand. Even Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace changed their expressions. Fortunately, they didn't continue to attack. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended well. This aura made both of them tremble with fear. Haha, this brat is dead. He angered the tree demon in front. I'm afraid that even an 8th level honorable can't withstand this aura, let alone this brat. Hell, let him pretend. He screwed up this time. Even though the disciples were terrified, they were laughing coldly in their hearts. They wanted to see how Lin Xian would be able to create a clone in the face of certain death. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. He looked at the angry tree demon in front of him and sneered. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and a black ball of light quickly appeared in front of him. The black ball of light flipped and turned into a small black cauldron. That small black cauldron was very simple and unadorned, and there were all kinds of strange beasts carved on it. It gave off a mysterious feeling. The appearance of the black cauldron seemed to have caused the treant in front to feel uneasy. The treant let out an angry roar, and then countless branches turned into divine spears that quickly pierced forward. Immediately, light soared into the sky, shaking space and time. Although they were far away, everyone could feel the terrifying power within the light. Even the eyelids of Duan Tianlang and the elder of Divine Bird Palace twitched violently. Countless divine, rainbow-like lights pierced through the void and quickly pierced toward Lin Xian, enveloping him in an instant. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's expression didn't change. He only activated the small black cauldron in front of him and shot out a jet black light. Buzz! The small black cauldron emitted a simple and deep sound. This sound seemed to have a magical quality, and it clearly sounded in everyone's hearts. When the treant in front heard this sound, it was as if it had been struck by lightning, and its entire trunk kept shaking. Suddenly, the thousands of mountain-like spear lights disappeared without a trace. What? They disappeared! Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that a sound could make thousands of divine spears disappear. This was too incredible. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was that the ancient tree in front of them was shaking rapidly, as if it had encountered something terrible. Lin Xian held the small black cauldron in his hand and shot out another jet black light into the ancient tree in front of him. Suddenly, the ancient tree in front of them shook even more violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Not only that, but an aged face appeared on the tree trunk. His voice was filled with panic and unease. "Stop! Stop! Don't hit me anymore. I admit defeat." "What? Admit defeat?" The powerful and terrifying treant actually admitted defeat? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. However, what surprised them was yet to come. The treant said again, "As long as you stop, I'm willing to hand over half of the leaves and the fire phoenix fruit." Hearing this, everyone's mind went blank and they were dumbfounded, especially Duan Tianlang and the elders of the Divine Bird Palace. They were even more stunned. Before this, they had fought so hard and only managed to get 2 leaves. Now, Lin Xian only took out a small black cauldron, and the ancient tree in front of them was willing to hand over half of its leaves and fruits. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The disciples were even more stunned, as if they were watching a myth. Zhao Xue's beautiful eyes were also wide open. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trick up his sleeve. The dark red divine dragon stared at the black cauldron with a suspicious look on its face. Lin Xian was very satisfied. When he discovered the ancient tree in front of him, he had already started discussing with Zero in his body. In the end, Zero agreed to help, but he wanted some interest, which meant he also wanted some silver leaf liquid and fire phoenix fruit. That was the reason for the previous scene. "Okay, Ruffian Long, Xiaobai, you two go and search." Soon, the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey flew forward like lightning, and then the two of them started collecting the silver leaf and fire phoenix fruit. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists' faces burned with passion. This was an absolute treasure. It was something that could increase the power of one's martial soul. If they missed this opportunity, they might not be able to find it again in the future. Hence, they were unwilling to give up. Finally, an elder of the Palace of Gods of War couldn't help but make a move. Duan Tianlang didn't stop him because she also wanted to test if she could succeed. If this elder succeeded, she would lead the people of the Palace of Gods of War to attack quickly. However, this elder was only halfway out when he was whipped back by the tree demon in front of him with a branch. The spirit armor on that elder's body was completely shattered, and the flesh around his wound rolled up, revealing his white bones. Just one whip was enough to severely injure a seventh heaven supremacy. This scene made countless martial artists gasp. After seeing the power of the tree demon, those martial artists didn't dare to make a move anymore. They could only watch as Lin Xian and the rest collected the fire phoenix fruit. This scene made them extremely jealous. Soon, the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey collected half of the fire phoenix fruit. Then, the two of them quickly returned. Seeing that the other party didn't kill them, the tree demon heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1193. Everyone had a share, but the biggest beneficiary was Ling Xian, followed by the 1,000-beast cauldron. Zhao Shui, the dark red divine dragon, and the others had also received some. It could be said that the harvest this time was very rich. With these silver leaves and fiery phoenix fruits, the strength of Lin Xian and the others would increase again. The dark red divine dragon would recover a lot of its cultivation, while Lin Xian and Zhao Shui could use this to strengthen the power of their martial souls. Especially Lin Xian, he could revive the great dragon sword soul again. Once the great dragon sword soul was revived to the level of a 7th level venerable, his combat strength would greatly increase to a very terrifying level. At that time, even if he encountered a monster at the level of the tree demon, he would not need to use the 1,000-beast cauldron. He could defeat it with his own strength. Lin Xian and the others were sharing the spiritual fruits, while Duan Tianlang and the people of the divine bird palace in the distance were gnashing their teeth. That was half of the silver leaves and fiery phoenix fruits. If they got it, their cultivation would definitely increase by another level. Therefore, how could they not be jealous? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian like red-eyed rabbits, staring straight ahead. They could not defeat the ancient tree demon, but this did not mean that they did not dare to attack Lin Xian. The tree demon was an 8-star demon general, and they could not defeat it. However, there were only 2 people on Lin Xian's side, and their strength was comparable to theirs. They had more people on their side, and if they attacked with all their strength, they might be able to defeat the tree demon. Thinking of this, Duan Tianlang was excited. Then he glanced at the divine bird palace and saw that their eyes were also red, and he immediately grinned. Needless to say, the other party must have the same idea as him. So when their eyes met, they knew what each other was thinking. Keep some distance, don't get too close to the tree demon, or it will be inconvenient for us to attack. Duan Tianlang quickly instructed. Suddenly, the warriors slowly retreated, but they retreated in a very orderly manner, forming a semicircle, directly blocking all of Lin Xian's escape routes. In other words, no matter which direction Lin Xian fled in, he would encounter them unless he chose not to run. Lin Xian naturally noticed Duan Tianlang's actions and immediately sneered. What? You can't get it yourself, so you want to snatch it from me? Brat, you're too greedy. You actually dared to take half of the spiritual fruits. Duan Tianlang snorted. If you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit fruit and the silver leaf, and I can let you live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground today. Humph, what big words. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lin Xian took a step forward, and a terrifying intense sword from his body. Zhao Shui's expression was cold, and 2 rays of cold light shot out from her eyes. She didn't say anything, but her actions showed that she would fight alongside Lin Xian. The dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey were eating spirit fruits while watching the show leisurely. There was no need for them to participate in these battles. Come at me together. None of you is my opponent in a one-on-one fight. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his eyes shone like a sword light. His body exuded a sharp sword aura, and he looked like a sword immortal. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Tianlang snorted, and then said to the elder of Divine Bird Palace beside him, I'll take people to deal with that brat. Divine Bird Palace, take care of that woman. This time don't hold back. Don't worry, I won't let them escape this time. The elder of Divine Bird Palace also revealed a ferocious smile. Duan Tianlang nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand and led the powerful venerables in the team to rush forward. In addition to him, there were 4 warriors at the peak of the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm. When the 4 of them worked together, their combat strength was not inferior to that of a 7th heaven Venerable. As for the other warriors, Duan Tianlang didn't let them go. This was because to deal with Lin Xian, they had to bring out elite warriors. Otherwise, the others would only cause trouble. Although there weren't many people, Duan Tianlang was quite confident because he had 2 7th heaven venerables on his side. He didn't believe that a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm kid could take them on. Although Lin Xian had taken out a small black cauldron to scare the tree demon, in Duan Tianlang's opinion, the small black cauldron only seemed to be effective against demonic beasts. Therefore, Duan Tianlang wasn't that worried. In the next moment, Duan Tianlang roared angrily, and a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. Beside him, the demonic wolf martial soul quickly condensed. With a wave of his hand, the earth demonic wolf roared and let out a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth. Seeing that Duan Tianlang had summoned the demonic wolf martial soul, Lin Xian snorted and quickly summoned his humanoid lightning martial soul. Then the 2 martial souls quickly exchanged blows in the air, bursting with violent energy. It was deafening, like the sound of thunder in the sea. On the other side, the 4 peak 6th heaven ancient martial art practitioners quickly combined to form a set of array formations and rushed towards Lin Xian. The formation was very mysterious. It was a sword formation, and when combined, it exploded with power that wasn't inferior to that of a 7th heaven venerable. At that moment, Lin Xian was still controlling his martial soul to fight with Duan Tianlang. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have extra energy to deal with the 4 peak martial artists. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, was restrained by the red divine bird and was unable to lend a helping hand. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was completely in danger. However, Lin Xian's expression was rather calm and he did not panic at all. Beside him, the 4 different attributes of wind, lightning, metal, and fire rolled quickly and condensed into 4 light swords. The 4 light swords had different auras, but without exception, they were all filled with murderous aura. They were like shocking dragons that made people tremble in fear. As Lin Xian fought with Duan Tianlang, he stretched out his left hand and drew a line in the air. Suddenly, the 4 light swords beside him made a clanging sound and rushed to the sky, slashing forward. The 4 different powers of wind, lightning, metal, and fire exploded quickly, and a powerful force blasted toward the 4 martial artists. Under Lin Xian's control, the 4 light swords exploded with boundless energy. Terrifying sword shadows tore through the sky and slashed the bodies of the 4 martial artists. After one strike, the 4 peak 6th heavenly layer martial artists spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. The 4 light swords followed like shadows, leaving sword radiance in the air and slashing down again. In just 2 moves, the formation formed by the 4 6th heaven venerables was utterly defeated, and the 4 martial artists were seriously injured. There's no need to send people with such strength. They're meaningless to me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. With a wave of his hand, the 4 light swords were summoned back to his side. The 4 light swords quickly circled around him and formed a sword screen. "Brett, you're courting death." When Duan Tianlang saw this, he was mad with anger. He didn't expect the sword formation to be defeated so quickly. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian had maintained a calm demeanor from the beginning to the end of the battle. Chapter 1194. No, I can't let this drag on any longer. Otherwise, his aura will become stronger and stronger. Duan Tianlang's face was gloomy. He knew that the battle was not only a contest of combat power, but also aura. If he allowed his opponent's aura to grow without limit, he would be in danger. Therefore, he decided to use some ultimate skills. In the next moment, Duan Tianlang waved his palm. Mysterious trajectories were drawn in the air. Then, 3 shining green Dharma wheels quickly condensed in the air. Following Duan Tianlang's movements, They were like heavenly blades of death that quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. Meanwhile, his left hand merged with the demon wolf, martial soul beside him, and he punched out. Suddenly, a destructive force quickly surged forward. Feeling this force, all the martial artists trembled involuntarily. However, their faces were filled with ecstasy. This was because they thought that Lin Xian would definitely not be able to resist such a force. As long as Lin Xian was killed, those things would belong to them. Thinking of this, they all became excited. Facing Duan Tianlang's terrifying attack, Lin Xian stood where he was and did not dodge. However, his eyes were brighter than lightning. He pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and quickly slashed twice. One sword slashed towards the 3 Dharma wheels in the sky, while the other sword stabbed towards the wolf head fist in front of him. These 2 swords contained the power of the dragon sword soul, and their combat power was extremely strong. Therefore, when the 2 swords collided, the entire sky exploded violently. The energy was like a raging wave that slapped in all directions and sent all the martial artists in the distance flying. Duan Tianlang bore the brunt of it. Both of his attacks were blasted away by Lin Xian's sword aura, while himself was also struck by the sword aura and was sent flying. There was a 1-foot-long wound on his abdomen that almost cut him in half. What? How can this be? Duan Tianlang covered the wound on his abdomen in horror and quickly retreated. It was too terrifying. His attack was shattered by 2 swords, and he was even injured. This was something that he had never encountered before. One must know that even though he was not a peak 7th level Venerable Realm expert, he was still very powerful. Very few people of the same cultivation level could defeat him, let alone defeat him so easily. However, his current opponent was not a peak 7th level martial artist, but a youth whose cultivation was merely at the 6th level. He couldn't help but be terrified. What? Elder Duan is injured? Damn it, I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. How is this possible? Careless? It must be Elder Duan's carelessness that allowed that kid to succeed. In the distance, those martial artists crawled up from the ground. When they saw the injured Elder Duan, they were immediately terrified. However, no matter how much they howled, they could not change the fact in front of them. On the other side, the Elder of Divine Bird Palace saw this scene and felt his scalp tingle. He did not dare to fight anymore and quickly retreated with his people. It couldn't be helped. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. Duan Tianlang was not inferior to him and was even slightly stronger than him. However, at this moment he was injured by 2 swords. This was simply too shocking. His battle with Zhao Shui wasn't going well either. The woman in white was suppressing him. It wouldn't be long before he would be defeated. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat. You want to snatch the treasure? You are not qualified. If you don't want to die, scram. Lin Xian shouted coldly, then turned to leave. However, at this moment, another cold voice came from behind. Kid, you are very arrogant. How dare you injure the people of Palace of Ares? If you don't hand over the treasure today, don't leave. This voice was unusually cold and emotionless. It was filled with endless murderous intent. Hearing this voice, Duan Tianlang's originally terrified expression eased a little. The disciples around him also quickly cheered. Senior Brother Yan, that's Senior Brother Yan's voice. Great. Senior Brother Yan Feng is here. That kid is definitely dead. Humph. How dare he injure our people? Senior Brother Yan will not let him go. The disciples of Palace of Ares sneered. When Lin Xian heard the voice from behind, he frowned. He naturally knew that Yan Feng was here. However, so what if he was here? The current him was not afraid of Yan Feng. Therefore, without any hesitation, Lin Xian slashed backward with his sword. The long sword swept across the sky, and a huge sword chi shone brightly. It was like a shocking rainbow as it slashed down fiercely. You are courting death. The voice was furious. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to attack. Then the void split open, and a dazzling blade radiance quickly swept across the sky, violently colliding with the sword chi. When the blade and sword collided, a terrifying wave of energy surged out in all directions. Suddenly, the entire void trembled, and terrifying cracks appeared. "Kid, you are too arrogant. Today, I will make you pay with your life." Yan Feng's face was cold, and his eyes were like lightning. It was extremely terrifying. You can say that after you succeed, if you want the treasure, bring it on. Facing the famous Yan Feng, Lin Xian did not care. He waved his hand, and his expression was full of fighting spirit. Then, without waiting for Yan Feng to attack, Lin Xian strode forward. He was very fast. In one step, he was in front of Yan Feng, and the lone star sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. In his left hand, a sword of thunder quickly condensed and slashed at Yan Feng's waist. In an instant, two sword radiances flashed, and both of them attacked Yan Feng's vital points. Seeing this, Duan Tianlang and the elders of Palace of Divine Bird changed their expressions. Their eyes were filled with fear because they realized that if they were in Yan Feng's position, they would not be able to dodge these two sword attacks. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear, especially Duan Tianlang, whose body could not help but tremble. This was because he realized that Lin Xian did not use his full strength when fighting with him. Otherwise, he would have been a dead man by now. The surrounding warriors were even more nervous. They did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to attack Yan Feng so fiercely. Moreover, he used two killing moves in one move. They could not help but worry about Yan Feng. However, Yan Feng's reputation was not undeserved. His strength was far above Duan Tianlang's. Therefore, in the face of these two fatal attacks, he was not nervous at all. He waved the long saber in his hand, forming two saber radiances, and quickly slashed out diagonally. The saber slashed at the Lone Star sword. As for the hidden sword of thunder at his waist, he chose to throw a punch. In an instant, he received Lin Xian's attack. However, Lin Xian's face was calm. He did not have any emotional reaction to these two attacks. He knew very well that these two attacks would not be able to kill Yan Feng. Otherwise, he would not be Yan Feng. Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he took another step forward and quickly flew into the distance. At the same time, the long sword in his hand stabbed out again. Chapter 1195. Yan Feng roared as he brandished his long saber. Countless saber shadows danced in the air, blocking all the sword chi. However, the sword chi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was incomparably powerful. Therefore, even if Yan Feng blocked all of them, the terrifying power still caused his long blade to tremble. The entire space was submerged, and countless terrifying cracks spread out. However, he was still extremely powerful, so he managed to neutralize all of Lin Xian's sword chi. Yan Feng was able to block Lin Xian's sword chi. If it were Duan Tianlang and the others, they would have died long ago. However, even though he had neutralized the sword chi, Yan Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Not long ago, he had viewed Lin Xian as an ant. Now, Lin Xian was a threat to him. He couldn't calm down. Although he didn't know why Lin Xian was so strong, he felt that the young man in front of him was a strong enemy. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be difficult to control in the future. Therefore, Yan Feng didn't plan to hold back. Streaks of dazzling saber aura formed on his body, sweeping in all directions. The long saber in his hand also seemed to have become a sharp and unstoppable killing weapon. Countless saber lights were like the waves of the sea. They were strange and terrifying. That's the 8-ocean abyssal saber. Seeing this, the disciples of the Palace of Gods of War exclaimed, 8-ocean abyssal saber, that's an Earth-class martial art. Senior brother Yan Feng is serious. It seems that Lin Xian is dead for sure. Seeing Yan Feng use the Earth-class martial art, the 8-ocean abyssal saber, Hope rose in everyone's hearts. The 8-ocean abyssal saber was an Earth-class martial art. It was an ultimate martial art of the palace of gods of war. It wasn't powerful, but it was difficult to cultivate. However, Yen Feng was talented and had cultivated the 8-ocean abyssal saber to 70% completion at such a young age. Generally, 50% completion was the initial stage, but Yen Feng had cultivated it to 70% completion. He had already surpassed the initial stage and wasn't far from the greater stage. Once the Earth-class martial art was used, its power was immediately revealed. Endless saber lights bloomed, and a terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth. They quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. This time, there was finally a change in Lin Xian's expression. This was because his opponent's saber technique was simply too powerful. However, he was only moved and wasn't afraid because he also had Earth rank martial arts. Moreover, he didn't think that he would lose to his opponent in the usage of Earth rank martial arts. Therefore, at the next moment, Lin Xian brandished his Lone Star sword and performed the Gale lightning sword technique. A firmament sword shadow covered the sky, and a terrifying aura crushed down on everything. Lin Xian slashed out with his long sword, and a bright light illuminated the entire sky. Sword Chi versus Saber Light. Earth Tier Martial Arts versus Earth Tier Martial Arts. The two of them were evenly matched, slaughtering in all directions. In an instant, the entire void was submerged. Terrifying black holes appeared in many places, as if they could devour everything. What? He blocked it? How is this possible? The surrounding disciples were all stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block Yen Feng's Ocean Abyss 8 sabers. This was truly inconceivable. One had to know that Yen Feng was an extremely powerful 7th Heaven Honorable Realm cultivator, and he had an Earth rank martial arts. Almost no one could resist him. However, his opponent, a 6th Heaven Honorable Realm cultivator, actually blocked it. Damn it, how is this possible? The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War had ugly expressions. Duan Tianlang's expression was also ferocious because he could also see that Lin Xian's sword technique was also an Earth rank martial arts. However, this wasn't enough to shock him because he already knew that Lin Xian had an Earth rank martial arts. What shocked him was that Lin Xian's comprehension of Earth rank martial arts was actually not inferior to Yen Feng's. This was truly unbelievable. One had to know that Yen Feng was extremely talented, and he was an extremely dazzling existence among the younger disciples of the Palace of Gods of War. Very few people in the younger generation could compete with Yen Feng. Yen Feng was even more shocked. He originally thought that he would be able to kill his opponent with his Ocean Abyss 8 sabers, but he didn't expect his opponent to block it. Especially those huge swords that soared into the sky. They weren't inferior to his saber technique at all. Damn brat, die! Yen Feng roared and swung his saber with all his might. The opponent in front of him was the strangest one he had ever met. So no matter what, he couldn't give his opponent any room to grow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he couldn't suppress his opponent at all. He couldn't allow such a threat to exist, and Lin Xian was someone that the higher-ups of the Palace of Gods of War had ordered to kill. Therefore, no matter what, Yen Feng had to kill him. Brat, I have to admit that you're very strong, but unfortunately, you're definitely going to die. Yen Feng's voice was cold. Ocean Abyss 8 sabers, Dragon King, Tsunami. Suddenly, a huge saber light soared into the sky, and a bone-piercing murderous aura spread out between heaven and earth. A terrifying force surged out, causing all the nearby cultivators to tremble. Even the ancient tree put up a layer of defense, so one could imagine how terrifying the saber light was. Gale Lightning Sword. 4 swords shatter heaven and earth. At this critical moment, Lin Xian also used a powerful killing move, and 4 firmament sword shadows quickly descended. In an instant, a terrifying sword chi enveloped the entire space, and countless sword lights swept out in all directions. The entire space was quickly annihilated. The terrifying energy exploded, and it seemed like it was going to devour the entire space. Countless cracks appeared in the void, like a spider web, and it made one's heart tremble. Just as the entire space was about to collapse, a blurry light was emitted from Pine Palace, and a mysterious force quickly protected the entire space. It was only because of this mystical power that the entire space quieted down. Otherwise, under such a terrifying impact, it would definitely have collapsed. Although the entire space had calmed down, the terrifying force was still there, and the surrounding cultivators were all heavily injured from the impact. Yen Feng was even more battered and exhausted. His hair was disheveled, and there were sword wounds on his body. One of them had directly slashed his chest, causing his bones to be exposed, and he had almost been cut in half. Defeated, he had actually been defeated in the final confrontation. This was unbearable for him. He was a peak seventh heaven venerable lord, a peerless genius of the younger generation. His combat strength was unparalleled, and even the older generation could only look up to him. However, at this moment he had been defeated by a sixth heaven venerable lord. This kind of defeat made him crazy. "Brat, you have completely infuriated me. I will make you pay a painful price." Yen Feng's expression was ferocious, like a demon, and the spiritual energy in his body was rapidly twisting. It was obvious that he wanted to use some kind of secret technique. The surrounding cultivators had yet to recover from their shock, and their expressions changed drastically when they saw Yen Feng going all out. However, they could not stop him in time. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. It was obvious that Yen Feng wanted to fight him to the death, but he did not have the time to waste with him. Moreover, he sensed that there were several powerful forces gathering in the distance. Chapter 1196. Yen Feng wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death. However, Lin Xian did not have the time to waste with him. He sensed that there were several powerful forces gathering in his direction. If he did not leave now, he would be besieged. That would be dangerous. "You're no match for me at all. This has already been proven. I don't have time for you. If you want to take revenge, wait until you have a breakthrough in your cultivation." Lin Xian turned to leave. "You want to leave? It's not that easy." Yen Feng went crazy. How could he let Lin Xian leave? He had to defeat Lin Xian in order to vent his anger. He chased after him like a meteor. "You are courting death." Lin Xian was furious when he saw that Yen Feng was not going to let him go. In the next moment, he took out the red lotus boxing glove and put it on his left hand. Then he slammed it behind him. Boom! The sky cracked again, and a huge red palm shadow descended from the sky. It quickly slapped Yen Feng's body and sent him flying. The hard ground had already been shattered. There was a huge palm print on it, and in the middle of the palm print lay an extremely wretched figure. That figure was Yen Feng. At this moment, many of his bones were broken, and he had suffered severe internal injuries. However, this was nothing compared to the mental damage he had suffered. Shock, fear, disbelief, and all kinds of emotions filled his heart. This scene was too shocking. Yen Feng had seriously injured him with a single palm. This was completely beyond his imagination. In fact, he was not the only one. The warriors around him were even more shocked. They knew very well who the person in front of them was. None of them were a match for Yen Feng. However, such a powerful person had been injured by a single palm. This shocked them. Impossible. What was that red palm shadow? How could it be so powerful? Duan Tianlang was terrified. The elders of the Divine Bird Palace were not much better. Thinking of their previous attitude towards Lin Xian, they felt a burst of fear. If Lin Xian had used that thing to deal with them from the beginning, they would have been dead by now. Thinking of this, they looked at the departing figure with faces full of fear. The last palm strike was naturally the power of the red lotus gloves. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to keep using it, but it consumed a lot of energy. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, Lin Xian wouldn't have used this move. However, he was still very satisfied with the effect of this palm strike. Although he had used up a lot of his energy, he had still managed to injure Yan Feng. Without anyone stopping them, Lin Xian called out to Zhao Shui and quickly left the area. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, several powerful figures quickly descended. Among them was the mysterious expert from the Palace of Ares. He looked at the scene around him and furrowed his brows. The arrival of the mysterious expert allowed the people from the Palace of Ares to heave a sigh of relief. Their expressions eased quite a bit. However, the mysterious venerable master did not pay attention to those ordinary disciples. Instead, he stared at Yan Feng. Then he took out a pill from his storage ring and gave it to Yan Feng. Yan Feng took the pill and quickly swallowed it. Immediately, the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, he was as good as new. However, his expression was very ugly. The shadow of his defeat was still lingering in his heart. At this moment, the mysterious venerable master said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, we won't let that kid off. Not to mention other things. Just that kid's identity is enough to kill him 1,000 times." "I know." Yan Feng nodded silently. "Are you unhappy that you lost to him? Don't worry, we'll attack this tree demon now. After you swallow the fire phoenix and your strength increases, I'll let you deal with that kid personally." Hearing this, Yan Feng's eyes gradually regained their luster. He clenched his fists and his voice was extremely ferocious. "Lin Xian, I'll take revenge for what happened today 100 times over." Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left the ancient tree and found a quiet place to rest. This place was very remote, and there were no precious treasures around. Furthermore, the dark red divine dragon had set up a formation, so it was very safe. Then Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to tidy up the spoils of war. There were actually only 2 things, the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit. Lin Xian had a total of 10 fire phoenix fruits and 50 silver leaves. These were not to be underestimated. They were enough to make an 8th heaven venerable master and even a 9th heaven venerable master go crazy. However, the martial soul could only be improved when the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit were used together. In this way, Lin Xian had a total of 10 silver leaves. As for the extra silver leaves, he did not plan to waste them. This was because these silver leaves could increase one's soul power. They were priceless treasures to him. Lin Xian took a silver leaf and began to cultivate his soul power. Feeling the changes in his soul power, Lin Xian smiled. Then he took out a few more silver leaves and began to cultivate quickly. Half a day later, Lin Xian's soul power broke through and reached the level of a 7th-tier alchemist. Now he could refine 7th-tier pills without the 1,000-beast cauldron. Once he used the 1,000-beast cauldron, he could even refine 8th-tier pills. This was undoubtedly a huge breakthrough for him. One had to know that a 7th-tier alchemist was already very precious, and an 8th-tier alchemist was even rarer. If he could refine an 8th-grade pill, his identity alone would be enough for him to be treated as a guest of honor by countless great forces. After his soul power increased, Lin Xian began to use the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit at the same time. This time he wanted to raise the power of the great dragon sword soul to the 8th heaven venerable master. It had been 3 days since they entered the deep pine hall. In these 3 days, they seemed to have entered a treasure vault. This was because almost every place had natural treasures that were hard to find in the outside world. These people were crazily collecting. They were desperately trying to increase their strength. For a time, even the threat of the heavenly netherbird was reduced by a lot. There were many martial artists gathered near a huge rock as if they were guarding something. Sitting on the boulder was a young man with a cold expression. If there were others here, they would definitely recognize this young man as Yan Feng from the Palace of Gods of War. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from Yan Feng's body. It was like a volcano erupting in an instant. That berserk power blew those surrounding martial artists who were guarding all over the place in all directions. The huge rock under his feet turned into powder in an instant. In the next moment, Yan Feng opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning that pierced through the void. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. He raised his arms and roared into the sky. The sound was so terrifying that it made everyone's ears bleed. Countless clouds in the sky were scattered. The surrounding martial artists quickly sealed their hearing and retreated in fear. This is the power of an eighth heaven venerable master. He broke through, he really broke through. Chapter 1197. 3 days ago, the mysterious supremacy had led them to attack the ancient tree and obtain some silver leaves and fiery wind fruits. As Yan Feng was a genius from the palace of gods of war, he had obtained some. He was already a peak seventh heaven supremacy. With the help of the fiery wind fruits, he had finally broken through to the eighth heaven supremacy. An eighth heaven supremacy could be considered a peerless powerhouse. There were not many of them even in the sovereign clans. Furthermore, every eighth heaven venerate had an extremely honorable status. Even in the king clans, they were all elders who held real power. Moreover, it was very difficult to break through to the eighth heaven supremacy. In addition to extraordinary talent, one also needed a fortuitous encounter and a huge amount of resources. Even so, those who had broken through to the eighth heaven supremacy were already white-haired. It was rare to see someone as young as Yan Feng break through to the eighth heaven supremacy. Yan Feng felt the enormous power in his body and immediately revealed an arrogant smile. Lin Xian, the next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then a smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly condensed. The dragon-shaped sword shadow was more solid than before. One could even see the dragon scales on it. Yes, this was Lin Xian's sword soul. It had successfully broken through to the eighth heaven supremacy realm. This breakthrough was very smooth because the silver leaves and fiery wind fruits were really heaven-defying items. There was no need for Lin Xian to do anything. The pure energy flowed into the great dragon's sword soul, allowing it to recover quickly. Not only that, but his cultivation had also reached the seventh heaven supremacy realm. Now, a seventh heaven supremacy was no longer a threat to him. Even an eighth heaven supremacy might not be able to defeat him. This was the benefit of the great dragon's sword soul. Its powerful combat power allowed Lin Xian to fight across realms. This made up for his lack of age. One had to know that it had only been 4 to 5 years since Xian started cultivating. Compared to the other geniuses, it could be said that he had cultivated for a very short time. However, it was precisely because of the great dragon sword spirit that he was able to contend against those elders. Of course, just having the great dragon sword soul was not enough. It also required tenacious willpower and unremitting efforts. Fortunately, Lin Xian had achieved all of these. In a good mood, Lin Xian stood up and looked around. Among them, the dark red dragon lay at the side. He had also consumed the fiery phoenix fruit and the silver leaf. His cultivation had also recovered a lot, reaching the 6th firmament supremacy realm. Although for the dark red divine dragon's previous cultivation, this kind of improvement could be said to be slow. However, it was not discouraged because they would soon be able to fight with the heavenly netherbird. If it could obtain the heavenly netherbird's essence blood, it would be able to greatly increase its cultivation. Moreover, Lin Xian had also collected a lot of natural treasures, so he could exchange them for that drop of dragon blood when he returned to the academy. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before the dark red divine dragon's cultivation increased. Lin Xian shifted his gaze away from the dark red divine dragon and looked at Zhao Shui. At this moment, Zhao Shui was sitting cross-legged like a beautiful fairy. Her aura had become even stronger, reaching the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy realm. However, it seemed that it would be impossible for her to break through to the 8th firmament supremacy realm. In fact, this was very normal. The further one cultivated, the harder it was to break through. This was especially true for the last few firmament supremacy realms. They required extremely powerful energy, which was several times more than the previous firmament supremacy realm. For example, Yen Feng was already at the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy realm. He was only able to break through after consuming the fiery phoenix fruit. Zhao Shue's cultivation was originally only at the 7th firmament supremacy realm. Now that she had reached the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy realm, it could be said that she had greatly improved. Moreover, she was the same as Lin Xian. She was also an extremely special cultivator who could fight above her cultivation level. At this moment, the virtual sky eye behind Zhao Shui had become even more solid than before. It was like a real eye. It was very strange and mysterious. Not only that, but the eye also emitted a power that surpassed the 7th firmament supremacy realm. Even Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. After an incense stick's worth of time, Zhao Shui opened her eyes and sighed softly. I have already absorbed all the energy in the dragon pearl. However, I've only reached the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy realm. I haven't broken through to the 8th firmament supremacy realm. It's all right. There are many treasures in the Pine Palace. We still have plenty of opportunities. Lin Xian comforted with a smile. Zhao Shui nodded and smiled sweetly. It's not that bad. The majority of the energy I absorbed flowed into the virtual sky eye. Yes, my eye technique evolved again, and my strength increased greatly. Even if I'm facing an 8th firmament supremacy, I can still fight. Lin Xian was very confident about this. Although the virtual sky eye wasn't as good as his dragon sword soul, it was still very powerful. It should be able to fight against an 8th firmament supremacy. After their cultivation improved, the two of them set off again. This time, they decided that they had to obtain more natural treasures. This way, they could still improve their strength. When they thought of this, the two of them flashed and quickly flew into the distance. At the same time, the cultivators of the Shin family were gathered in a palace. No, this is infuriating. I can't take this lying down. I must kill that brat. 9th young master gritted his teeth. The brat he was referring to was naturally Lin Xian. He naturally had no enmity with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's relationship with Morong Qingqing was not subtle. This made him extremely jealous. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lin Xian by all means. Young master, that brat is very strange. If we act rashly, we might not succeed. An elder advised. But I can't take this lying down. 9th young master had naturally heard of Lin Xian's various deeds. He also knew that his opponent was very difficult to deal with. However, it was very difficult for him to give up. Young master, I have an idea. At this moment, a cultivator spoke up. What idea? Tell me quickly. 9th young master was overjoyed when he heard this. Although we can't catch that brat immediately, we can take action from other places. Doesn't that brat often attack the various major forces? If he attacks Morong Qingqing and snatches the treasures of the Morong family, before he could finish speaking, the 9th princess was already jumping with joy. This idea was too wonderful. If Lin Xian attacked Morong Qingqing, the relationship between the two of them would definitely break down. However, someone didn't understand. Lin Xian isn't stupid. Why would he attack Morong Qingqing? It's very simple. We can find someone to pretend to be Lin Xian. This way, the problem will be solved. Young master, I have mastered a secret skill that allows me to transform into someone else's appearance. It's very difficult for cultivators below the king level to detect me. A 7th heaven supremacy said. Good. Chapter 1198. Jiu Gongzi clapped his hands happily. Don't worry. As long as this matter is completed, I won't mistreat any of you. Thank you, Jiu Gongzi. The group of cultivators rejoiced. They had no choice. Although they were all disciples of the Shen family, there was still a big gap between their status and Jiu Gongzi's. If they could help Jiu Gongzi complete this mission, their status in the family would definitely rise greatly when they returned. Thinking of this, many of them felt excited. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier also used a secret technique. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds came from his body. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the middle-aged man turned into Lin Xian. His height and appearance were exactly the same. Upon closer inspection, it was impossible to tell the difference. Jiu Gongzi also clapped his hands and cheered. That kid is a swordsman. You must pay attention to that. Also, his cultivation is not high, so you must hide a part of it. However, when you attack, you must display the strength of a 7th heavenly layer. Don't worry, Gongzi. I guarantee that I will complete the mission. After that, the fake Lin Xian laughed nastily. He quickly used his movement technique and ran into the distance. In front of a palace, several elders were rapidly attacking a defensive light screen. Behind these people were many cultivators. Among them was a beautiful woman in a purple dress. Unexpectedly, they could find cold light iron here. What a pleasant surprise! This woman was naturally Morong Qingcheng. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking at the pieces of metal in the light screen in front of her, and she smiled. The silver-haired granny also smiled at the side. Yes, cold light iron is an excellent material for refining weapons. It is already extinct in the outside world. Unexpectedly, it can be found here. Moreover, from the looks of it, there are quite a lot of them. Looking at the pieces inside, if refined, they can be refined into at least 3.5 Earth-grade treasures. This is a huge fortune for any family. In front, several elders were attacking the light screen with all their might. These elders were very strong. When they worked together, the light screen trembled. The light screen did not last long. Cracking sounds came from it, and it finally shattered like glass. Great! The seal is broken. The disciples of the Morong clan cheered. Morong Qingcheng also smiled. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He was as fast as lightning as he dashed towards the few pieces of cold light iron. Who is it? You're courting death. The few elders at the front were furious. They didn't expect that someone would dare to take something that belonged to the Morong family. Immediately, many people made their moves. However, that figure was very strange. He actually dodged all the attacks and quickly snatched the 2 pieces of cold light iron. There were a total of 4 pieces of cold light iron on the ground, and at this moment half of them were gone. This immediately provoked the Morong family members. Damn it! Stay here! An old man was enraged. He reached out with a terrifying hand that covered the entire area. The surrounding warriors also quickly took action. They formed an encirclement to stop that person. The giant hand that covered the sky slammed down mercilessly. It was as if tens of thousands of giant mountains were crashing down from the sky. At the critical moment, that person snorted coldly, and then a dazzling sword light flashed. The dazzling sword qi fiercely chopped down on the huge hand that covered the sky. Immediately, the old man was forced to take a few steps back, and the figure appeared in the sky. What? It's you! When the surrounding people saw the figure, they were all stunned. Even Morong Qingcheng was dazed for a second. Lin Xian, why are you here? Morong Qingcheng was very surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would attack the Morong family. However, Lin Xian only smiled faintly. Where there are treasures, I will naturally appear. After saying that, he quickly put the 2 pieces of cold light iron into his storage ring. When they saw this scene, the warriors of the Morong family were enraged. Kid, although you helped the Morong family, it's impossible for you to steal our things. If you need these things, you only need to tell us, and we will give you a piece. However, your current actions are really disappointing. Humph, do I need to tell you what I want? Lin Xian snorted coldly. For Murong Qingqing's sake, I won't kill you. Hurry up and get lost. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. Impudent. Good. I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare to go against the Murong family. The group of old men was furious, but Murong Qingqing frowned. She quickly stepped out and stopped the elders, then turned to look at Lin Xian. Are you in some kind of trouble? Tell me, and I can help you. Trouble? What kind of trouble? My Lone Star sword needs to be upgraded, and this cold light iron is useful to me. If you want to help me, then give me the remaining 2 pieces. Young miss, don't be fooled by this kid. One look and you can tell that this kid is a greedy guy. That's right. I originally thought that he was a good person, but now it seems that he isn't. The group of people stared at Lin Xian, their eyes burning with anger. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing frowned even tighter because in her impression, Lin Xian was not this kind of person. She even suspected that this Lin Xian was a fake, but she did not find any flaws other than his personality. Young miss, don't waste your breath with him. Capture this kid. The few elders bellowed in rage. Then they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered and moved. Countless beams of sword light slashed out, forcibly carving out a path. Damn it! The crowd looked at the escaping figure, infuriated. Murong Qingqing frowned. She definitely did not believe that it was Lin Xian. Although she did not believe it, the others believed it without a doubt. Moreover, they all felt a sense of hatred towards Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing's expression turned ugly because she could sense that someone was trying to sow discord between her and Lin Xian. However, she did not have any evidence at the moment, so she could not convince the others. It seemed that she could only wait until the next time she captured that person, then expose his true identity in front of everyone. Only then would everyone believe her. According to Murong Qingqing's guess, if someone wanted to destroy her relationship with Lin Xian, they would not only attack once, which meant that that person would come again. Indeed, not long after, when they found another treasure land, that Lin Xian came again. This time, Murong Qingqing personally attacked as well. However, the other party still managed to escape because he did not fight with her at all, relying on his movement technique to dodge quickly. Of course, this time, the other party stole many good things. This made the members of the Murong family even more furious. When Lin Xian stole from the Murong family for the 3rd time, the members of the Murong family completely exploded, declaring that they would definitely capture that kid. Chapter 1199. Now, everyone knew that Lin Xian had attacked Murong Qingqing and the Murong family for the sake of treasures. When the 9th young master of the Shen family heard about the Murong family's reaction, he laughed maniacally. These few times he had gained a lot. Not only had he stolen some treasures, but he had also worsened the relationship between the Murong family and Lin Xian. Although Murong Qingqing still did not fully believe him, she was not 100% sure either. Moreover, the other members of the Murong family hated Lin Xian even more. This directly cut off the possibility of Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian being together. The 9th young master was very happy to hear this news. Damn brat! How dare you steal my woman? You're courting death. I don't even need to do it myself. I have 100 ways to make you unable to stay here. The fake Lin Xian also stood aside. 9th young master, although we've gained some results, we can't let our guard down. At least Murong Qingqing is still very suspicious. Why don't I seriously injure a few of the Murong family's warriors next time? This will definitely break the relationship between the Murong family and Lin Xian. Even Murong Qingqing won't let Lin Xian go. Okay, let's do that. The 9th young master nodded. A cruel smile appeared on his face. If necessary, we can kill a few of the Murong family. After Lin Xian and Zhao Shui came out, they realized that something was wrong, because he realized that the way the people looked at him had changed. It was different from before. Previously, there was some fear, but now there was a trace of disdain in their eyes. It was as if Lin Xian had done something that angered the heavens and the people. This made Lin Xian very confused. One had to know that he had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. He had not done anything at all. Could it be the Palace of Gods of War's doing? Lin Xian frowned. If there was anything that had happened recently, it would undoubtedly be the battle with the Palace of Gods of War. Moreover, he had obtained quite a number of fire phoenix fruits. However, there was nothing to despise about this matter. Therefore, Lin Xian could not understand. However, with his outstanding soul force, he was able to eavesdrop on some of their conversations. This guy is really shameless. He even snatched the things of the sect. Yeah, it's said that he has a good relationship with Morong Qingqing. I didn't expect this guy to do it. Scum! Scum! Snatching Morong Qingqing's things? Hearing these words, Lin Xian's frown deepened. When had he ever snatched Morong Qingqing's things? However, looking at these people, it didn't seem to be fake. It seemed that Morong Qingqing was indeed attacked, and that person was pretending to be him. In an instant, Lin Xian understood all the key points. Then his face darkened. Needless to say, this person was definitely trying to frame him and ruin his relationship with Morong Qingqing. This method was really vicious. Moreover, listening to these people's conversations, it seemed that the impostor had done it more than once and succeeded every time. Until now, no one had seen through it. It had to be said that the impostor did have some tricks up his sleeve. However, Lin Xian had many enemies. It seemed that every faction could do something like this. However, after Lin Xian eliminated the possibility, he finally locked onto two targets. One was the Palace of Gods of War, because they had recently suffered a great loss at his hands. Therefore, this matter was very likely their revenge. The second target was the Shun family, because the 9th young master of the Shin family had been pursuing Morong Qingqing, and had become the impostor's love rival. This matter could also be done by the Shin family. However, no matter who it was, this matter had angered Lin Xian. Therefore, he wouldn't let the impostor go. Now, the most important thing was to find Morong Qingqing and explain everything clearly. Moreover, he was faintly worried. If it was the Shun family, then it would be fine. At least Morong Qingqing wouldn't be in any danger. However, if this was done by the Palace of Gods of War, they might try to kill Morong Qingqing. Lin Xian definitely wouldn't allow this to happen. Zhao Shui, use the Void Eye. I want to lock onto the Morong family's direction. Zhao Shui also knew about this matter, so she didn't hesitate. She quickly formed a seal with her hands, and the Void Eye quickly condensed above her head to investigate the situation. Soon it found the Morong family. In the southwest direction, in front of a palace, they seemed to be breaking a seal. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He then stomped his foot, and his entire body shot out like a shooting star. Zhao Shui's body fluttered as she followed behind Lin Xian like a fairy. The Morong family members were indeed breaking a seal. However, obtaining the treasures this time wasn't their ultimate goal. Their ultimate goal was to lure Lin Xian out and capture him. They had had enough. These past few days, the other party had been robbing them. Each time, he had stolen most of their treasures. This made them very angry. Therefore, this time they had set up a trap. They must capture the other party and teach him a good lesson. After all, the Morong family was a king family. They wouldn't allow anyone to provoke them. This time, Morong Qingqing didn't refuse either. She also wanted to capture the other party and reveal his true identity in front of everyone. The seal was quickly being broken. Morong Qingqing and the others had serious looks on their faces as they quickly scanned their surroundings. The reason for that was because they knew that the moment the seal was truly broken would be the moment Lin Xian came out. Indeed, the moment the seal was broken, the void rippled and a ray of golden light shot towards them. It was like a startling rainbow. This attack was extremely swift and fierce. However, what shocked everyone was that this attack was not aimed at the treasures. Instead, it was aimed at one of the Morong family cultivators. Boom! A deep sound rang out. Then, the Morong family cultivator was sent flying. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body. "Kid, you're digging your own grave." The Morong family members were thoroughly enraged. They never thought that the other party would dare to attack them. Lin Xian Zi had been much more powerful the previous 3 times. Their treasures had not attacked them at all. Therefore, they had assumed that Lin Xian would not attack them. However, this time, the other party had immediately harassed their master. They didn't even have the time to investigate. You've gone too far." One of the Morong family elders roared angrily towards the sky. A terrifying spiritual energy exploded from his body. This time, he must capture the other party. The other cultivators were exceptionally enraged as well. All of them blocked the other party's path. Morong Qingqing was also stunned. She couldn't understand why Lin Xian would attack her clan members. She simply couldn't believe it. However, if this was a fake Lin Xian, then where was the real Lin Xian? Why hasn't he emerged after so many days? Her heart was in a mess. However, at that moment, Lin Xian sneered and his sword lit up once again. Chapter 1200. This was because those disciples had not reached the 7th level of the Honorable Realm, so they could not resist his sword energy. "How dare you, kid?" I'm going to kill you." "Despicable. Come at me if you have the guts." The group of Morong family elders roared angrily and charged forward with all their might. However, the figure did not fight them at all. Instead, he chose to attack a few disciples. A ray of sword light was like a murderous sword as it swiftly slashed toward a disciple's head. This attack was extremely sharp. If the disciple was hit, he would definitely die. The elders behind him roared angrily, but they could not stop it in time. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with rage and despair. The disciple who was being attacked was even more dazed as he stood rooted to the ground. This was because he could not dodge it at all. Just as everyone thought that the disciple was about to die, the void suddenly fluctuated. A ray of ice flew past and formed an ice wall, instantly blocking the sword energy. Then, another ray of lightning flashed and shattered the sword energy. This action was extremely swift and was completed in an instant. Lin Xian gasped softly because he did not expect that someone would be able to block his attack. Then, his face darkened as he looked behind him. His pupils shrank as he stood rooted to the ground. She was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone was stunned as well. The Morong family cultivators' minds were blank as they stared in front of them in disbelief. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. It turned out that the people who had appeared behind them were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The Morong family members did not expect to see 2 Lin Xian at the same time, so they stood rooted to the ground in shock. Morong Qingqing knew that her guess was correct. This meant that the Lin Xian from before was a fake. This way, the crisis between Lin Xian and her family could be considered resolved. At this moment, even the Morong family elders understood what had happened. They glared fiercely at the figure. "So you're a fake. Speak, what's your motive for deliberately trying to destroy us? Why are you wasting your breath on him? Capture him. I want to see who he really is. I don't care which power they belong to. Since they dared to provoke the Morong family, we must take revenge." The elders shouted coldly, their eyes burning with anger. It was too dangerous. If it weren't for Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's timely appearance, they would have suffered heavy losses. Moreover, in the future, they would take revenge on Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. This way, the person who acted in the dark would benefit from it. The Mu Rong family had dominated the Sky Martial continent for so many years, and had never been schemed against by others. Thus, they could not swallow this anger. Lin Xian sneered as he looked at the figure. "You're pretty smart. Even I couldn't identify you." On the other hand, the fake Lin Xian had an ugly expression on his face. He didn't expect to meet the real Lin Xian at this time. This was something he had never expected before. Because the real Lin Xian hadn't appeared for the past few days, he didn't take it to heart. Furthermore, before he made his move, he had placed spies in the surroundings. As soon as the real Lin Xian appeared, those spies would sound the alarm. When that happened, he would immediately leave. However, he never expected that the spies he had placed would be discovered by Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Furthermore, they had been silently killed by the two of them. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's arrival didn't alarm anyone. Naturally, the fake Lin Xian didn't know about it. The fake Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you're lucky today. However, one day you'll fall into our hands." With that, he took out 2 balls of light the size of longans from his storage ring. Then, he violently smashed them into the air. Instantly, the 2 balls of light collided and exploded with a light more dazzling than the sun. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. The light was so intense that even a venerable one wouldn't dare to look directly at it. Therefore, as soon as the light appeared, many Morong clan warriors cried out in pain. The other warriors were so frightened that they closed their eyes, not daring to look directly at it. "Damn it, we've been hit!" A group of Morong clan elders roared angrily. Then they reached out with their soul power, trying to capture the fake Lin Xian. However, in addition to taking out 2 balls of light, the fake Lin Xian sprinkled a layer of light powder on his body. Instantly, the probing from their soul power was blocked. The fake Lin Xian sneered and was about to leave. However, at that moment, a ray of light fiercely slashed at him and stopped him. "What? This is impossible. How did you discover me?" The fake Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect anyone to be able to track him. After all, the 2 balls of light he took out were known as the Sun God's balls. They could be said to be the best treasures for escaping. Once the light was released, no one below the king level dared to look directly at it. Moreover, the light powder he sprinkled had the effect of isolating soul power. Therefore, as long as he took out these 2 treasures, he would definitely be able to escape safely from the army. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he moved, someone would block his path. How could he not be shocked? He didn't know that Zhao Shui's virtual sky eye was extremely mysterious. Furthermore, it had just finished evolving. What others couldn't do, the virtual sky eye could do. Therefore, as soon as the fake Lin Xian moved, the virtual sky eye locked onto him. Seeing that the light from the sun god's balls was getting weaker and weaker, the fake Lin Xian was very anxious. If the light disappeared, he wouldn't be able to escape. At that time, he would have to bear the wrath of the entire Morong clan. Thinking of this, his heart trembled. "Damn it, get out of my way!" The fake Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Resplendent sword light filled the sky and quickly cut through the void. "Playing with a sword in front of me? You are still too inexperienced." Lin Xian lifted a finger, and a beam of sword qi quickly flew out from his fingertip. This sword qi contained the 3 attributes of wind, thunder, and fire. It could be said to be extremely powerful. It was like a shocking rainbow that instantly cut through the void. Wherever it passed, raging waves crashed against the shore. Terrifying spiritual energy instantly filled the surroundings. The 2 beams of sword qi collided without any pause. Lin Xian's sword qi instantly sliced his opponent's sword qi in half. Then, it slashed forward in an even more violent manner. How is this possible? The fake Lin Xian was shocked. He couldn't believe that his opponent could break through his sword qi so easily. After all, he was a 7th level honorable realm cultivator. That sword attack just now was his most powerful attack. Even a cultivator of the same level would need to use all their strength to deal with it. However, his opponent had merely moved a finger and broken through his attack. This was simply too unbelievable. He was even a little dazed. Just as the 2 of them were exchanging blows, the light that filled the sky disappeared. Then, the Morong clan members regained their vision. Chapter 1201. Then, the cultivators of the Morong family charged into the sky and quickly captured the fake Lin Xian. There was no other way. No seventh heaven honorable realm cultivator could escape from so many powerful cultivators. Speak. Who are you? Hurry up and reveal your true face. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you regret being born in this world. The cultivators of the Morong family gritted their teeth and used their fierce techniques. Soon, the fake Lin Xian could not hold on any longer and revealed his true face. It was a middle-aged man with the Shun family emblem on his body. Therefore, the people of the Morong family recognized him at a glance. The Shun family. It's the Shun family. The elder of the Morong family was shocked when he saw this. Then he asked in a low voice, Speak. Why is the Shun family attacking the Morong family? What other schemes do you have? The middle-aged man was about to cry. No, there's no other scheme. We only attacked because we wanted to destroy the intimate relationship between Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian. Under such circumstances, the middle-aged man consciously confessed everything. Then, the faces of the Morong family members darkened. Morong Qingqing was so angry that her face turned pale. She did not expect the damned ninth prince to be so despicable as to come up with such a plan. If Lin Xian had not arrived in time and broken the other party's scheme, the Morong family and Lin Xian would have fought to the death. Thinking of this, she felt a lingering fear in her heart. Damned Shin family. They've gone too far. The cultivators of the Morong family were furious. No, I can't take this lying down. I have to talk to them. What does the Shun family have to be so arrogant? We're all sovereign families. If we really fight, who's afraid of whom? These people were furious. However, Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian. What do you think? The Shun family is so vicious. We can't let them go. However, they're a sovereign family after all. They're powerful. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid both sides will suffer. At that time, our competitiveness in Deep Pine Hall will be greatly reduced. This is not a good thing for us. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, Lin Xian was right. However, there were still many people who were angry. They simply could not swallow this anger. Seeing their expressions, Lin Xian spoke again. I don't plan to beat them either, but we don't have to do it ourselves. Oh, it seems that you have a way. Morong Qingqing asked. Of course, an eye for an eye. Don't they like to frame others? Today, I will let them have a taste of this kind of framing. Then Lin Xian sneered. His body emitted a series of crackling sounds, and his face began to change. Finally, Elder Qing Yin stood in front of them. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The middle-aged man on the ground widened his eyes as if he had seen this before. You. He pointed at Lin Xian and was speechless for a long time. Shocking, too shocking. He did not expect that the other party would have such a method of disguise. Moreover, it was so exquisite that it was not inferior to his. Thinking of what the other party was going to do next, the middle-aged man felt a burst of fear. Needless to say, their Shenjia was definitely going to be unlucky. However, he was now caught and could not send the news back. However, Morong Qingqing was still worried. Although I can't tell if you are real or fake, Master Qingyun's martial arts are all from the Shin family. Outsiders wouldn't know them. Don't worry about this. I have seen that old man fight and have memorized all his moves. Lin Xian smiled and then punched out. This punch was very ethereal, like a cloud without a trace. However, it was very terrifying. In an instant, the void in front of it exploded. This is the limitless fist. The Morong family members were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to use the Shen family's martial arts. The middle-aged man from the Shin family was even more stunned. This scene was completely beyond his imagination. He did not understand how the other party did it. Lin Xian smiled and did not say anything. His palm stretched out again. This time, it was a large green hand that covered the sky. There were wood-like patterns on it. It was very mysterious. This palm easily tore space and time. This is the green cloud hand. Everyone once again sucked in a breath of cold air, because this green cloud hand was Elder Qing Yun's famous, unique skill. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would use it now. Moreover, they could not see any flaws at all. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and were all stunned. The middle-aged man's face was filled with despair. He knew that the Shen family was definitely going to be in big trouble this time. When did you learn the Shen family's martial arts? Murong Qingqing was very curious. Lin Xian smiled but did not say anything. He did not know any Shen family's martial arts. The reason why he could use the green cloud hand was because of the dragon sword soul in his body. The dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It could simulate and evolve everything. He had seen Elder Qing Yun attack before, so he was very clear about the other party's moves. It was not difficult for him to use the dragon sword soul to evolve it. The next thing was easy. Lin Xian would pretend to be Elder Qing Yun and then sneak attack the Palace of Aries, causing the Palace of Aries to start a war with the Shen family. This way, he could deal a good blow to the Shen family and not exhaust the Murong family's combat power. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. At the side, Zhao Shui used the Void Sky Eye and quickly locked onto the Shen family and the Palace of Aries. Then, Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly flew in the direction of the Palace of Aries. Haha, our luck is really good this time. We actually found two treasures at the same time. Duan Tianlang was very excited. Yan Feng has already gone to the other treasure. We must obtain the treasure in this place. Duan Tianlang was very confident because Yan Feng had already broken through to the 8th heaven's supremacy. There were probably not many people in the Pine Palace who were his match. His cultivation had also increased greatly and reached the peak of the 7th heaven's supremacy. As long as he did not encounter an 8th heaven supremacy, no one could defeat him. He was very confident about this. Under Duan Tianlang's lead, many cultivators from the Palace of Aries bombarded the light screen and quickly broke the seal. Looking at the treasures in front of them, the people from the Palace of Aries' eyes burned with passion. They laughed happily. However, the situation suddenly changed. A huge green hand covered the sky like a dark cloud and covered everyone. Then it slammed down. The void was torn apart and the wind howled. A terrifying force surged down. In an instant, the expressions of the cultivators from the Palace of Aries changed. However, Duan Tianlang's face turned ferocious. How dare you? How dare you steal the treasures of the Palace of Aries? No matter who you are dead meat. He roared crazily and punched out. Chapter 1202. Duan Tianlang was infuriated. He did not expect that someone would dare to target the Palace of Aries. Moreover, the timing was perfect. It was the exact moment when they broke the seal. The other party must have been hiding nearby for a long time. However, he did not notice it before. He could not help but be shocked. However, he was relieved that the other party's aura had not reached the 8th firmament. Therefore, he was confident that he could take him down. After the attack, the entire void trembled. Duan Tianlang's expression changed again. Qing Yin hand? You are Elder Qing Yin. You have good taste. It is me. An old figure appeared in the distance. It was Elder Qing Yin from the Shen family. Damn you, old Qing Yin. Why did you attack us for no reason? Duan Tianlang gritted his teeth. Nonsense. Of course it's to snatch the treasures. Your Palace of Aries has been lucky recently and found many treasures. However, don't be so greedy. Everyone has a share. Why don't you share some with me? What a joke. We found these things, so they are ours. How can we share them with you? Old Qing Yin, I don't want to attack you on account that you are from the Shin family. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Humph, you dare to teach me a lesson? Elder Qing Yin snorted. Then he said, I was wondering why you were so arrogant. So your cultivation has reached the peak of the seventh firmament supremacy. It seems that you have benefited a lot these days. Great. I will test your strength as a peak seventh firmament supremacy. After saying that, Elder Qing Yin attacked again. The terrifying green palm grabbed forward. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Duan Tianlang sneered. An unparalleled aura erupted from his body. Duan Tianlang displayed his powerful combat strength and attacked Elder Qing Yin. However, Elder Qing Yin did not fight him head-on. He only dodged quickly. Furthermore, the large green hand had snatched away many treasures and even injured many of the palace of Ares' martial artists. In the end, Elder Qing Yin returned with a full load. Only Duan Tianlang was left roaring at the sky and a group of cultivators wailing on the ground. Aggrieved, it was too aggrieved. Duan Tianlang's lungs were about to explode. The other party was clearly weaker than him. If they were to fight head-on, he was confident that he could defeat the other party. However, that Elder Qing Yin didn't fight with him at all. Furthermore, he specifically targeted the weaker disciples. This caused Duan Tianlang to be incomparably furious. It was as if he had punched cotton, unable to exert any strength at all. Furthermore, he had just advanced to the peak seventh heavenly layer exalted realm. He was extremely proud of himself, but he never expected to receive such a blow. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar. His figure flickered as he quickly flew towards Elder Qing Yin. That Elder Qing Yin was naturally not real, but Lin Xian in disguise. At this moment, he was flying in the direction of the Chun family. When he arrived near the Xin family, his figure flickered and he hid in the void. It didn't take long for Duan Tianlang to catch up. He released his soul power and quickly locked onto the Shun family's location. With a furious roar, Duan Tianlang slammed his palm forward. Boom! The trees in front of them collapsed, and the entire ground shook. However, amidst the violent shaking, angry roars could be heard. Then one figure after another soared into the sky, and powerful auras filled the surroundings. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack my Shin family? You must be tired of living. Countless angry voices could be heard. It was obvious that the Shun family's martial artists were enraged. One had to know that they were a sovereign family. They were usually supreme existences. However, someone actually dared to sneak an attack on them. It was really intolerable. However, when they saw the person who attacked them, their faces immediately darkened. Duan Tianlang, are you crazy? How dare you attack us? Don't think that you can act recklessly just because you're from the palace of gods of war. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. Ninth young master Shin shouted angrily. However, Duan Tianlang didn't seem to hear him as he stared at Elder Qing Yin. Explanation? What explanation do you want? Why didn't you give us an explanation when that old man Qing Yin snatched the treasures of the palace of gods of war? Why didn't you give us an explanation when he planned to attack the disciples of the palace of gods of war? Now you're asking me for an explanation. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Elder Qing Yin. The Shun family's martial artists were stunned. Then they were enraged. What kind of joke is this? Elder Qing Yin is with us this time. Why would he attack the palace of gods of war? If you want to attack the Shin family, please find a better reason. Using such a lousy reason to brush us off. Do you really think we're idiots? Don't talk nonsense with him. This guy obviously wants to snatch the treasures of the Shun family. A group of Shin family's martial artists roared. Elder Qing Yin also snorted coldly. Duan Tianlang, are you old and blind? Why would I attack the palace of gods of war? Whether you did or not, we'll know when I take you down and search your storage ring. Duan Tianlang sneered and quickly attacked. "You're courting death." Elder Qing Yin was enraged. He didn't expect Duan Tianlang to attack him directly without any consideration for his feelings. This made him furious. One had to know that they were in the Shen family's territory now. With a cold snort, Elder Qing Yin stretched out his Qing Yin hand and grabbed forward. If it was before, he and Duan Tianlang's strength were on par. However, Duan Tianlang had just broken through to the peak of the seventh heaven of the supremacy realm recently. Therefore, Elder Qing Yin couldn't defeat Duan Tianlang at all. Therefore, after one strike, Elder Qing Yin was beaten back again and again. He was even injured. Immediately, the surrounding Shen family's martial artists were enraged. They no longer cared about the rules of the underworld and quickly rushed forward. Although Duan Tianlang's cultivation had reached the peak of the seventh heaven of the supremacy realm, he wasn't invincible. In addition, the Shin family's martial artists were all experts. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to escape with serious injuries. After beating Duan Tianlang away, the Shin family had vented their anger. Moreover, they didn't pay much attention to it. However, Duan Tianlang couldn't take it lying down. After returning, he told the other experts of the Palace of Gods of War about this matter. Then the people of the Palace of Gods of War discussed it and felt that they should counterattack again. If this was in the past, they might have thought about it for a long time. After all, the other party was also a sovereign family. If they attacked rashly, both sides would suffer losses. However, it was different now. They had just broken through a few days ago, and their strength had increased greatly. Originally, they were in high spirits and thought that they had already surpassed the other sovereign families. However, they didn't expect to suffer such a huge loss at this time. According to their character, how could they tolerate it? Therefore, not long after, Duan Tianlang Yanfeng and the others once again led the experts of the Palace of Gods of War to attack. This battle was naturally defeated by the Shin family because they didn't have an eighth heaven supremacy present. Chapter 1203. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Otherwise, the news of this battle would have quickly spread throughout the entire Pine Palace. All the factions knew that the Palace of Ares and the Shin family had fought, and the result was that the Shin family was defeated. Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, and the others naturally heard the news. Then they all laughed. They were naturally happy that the Shin family was defeated. However, other than being happy, they were also very surprised because according to their original predictions, the Shen family and the Palace of Ares should have suffered heavy losses. However, they didn't expect that the Shen family would be defeated this time, and the Palace of Ares wouldn't suffer much damage. Therefore, they quickly inquired about the news. When they learned that Yanfeng had broken through to the eighth heaven of the Venerable Realm, they all gasped. This time the various sects had sent many experts, but they were basically all seventh heaven venerables. It seemed that only the Sword Venerable Senior from the deity, Sword Villa, had an eighth heaven venerable. Other than that, there was probably no one else. However, Yanfeng had also broken through to the eighth heaven venerable realm. This was a huge threat to everyone. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He didn't expect Yanfeng to break through. It seemed that after they left that day, the people from the Palace of Ares should have also attacked the ancient tree. Perhaps they had obtained some fire phoenix roots, which allowed Yanfeng to break through. Although he was very surprised by this news, he didn't take it to heart. So what if Yanfeng broke through? One had to know that he had also broken through. His cultivation had increased, and his dragon sword soul had also reached the eighth heaven. Lin Xian didn't even care about ordinary eighth heaven venerables, let alone Yanfeng, who had just entered the eighth heaven. Zhao Shui didn't have much of a reaction. Although she was only a peak seventh heaven venerable now, her true battle strength was not much weaker than an eighth heaven venerable. The people from the Morong family were more or less nervous. After all, the appearance of an eighth heaven venerable was still a huge threat to them. However, Morong Chingching was very calm. This was because they had obtained many natural treasures these days. It wouldn't take long for her to break through. At that time, even if her cultivation couldn't reach the 8th level of the Venerate realm, her battle prowess definitely wouldn't lose to an 8th level Venerate realm cultivator with the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal in her hands. However, this matter still rang an alarm bell for them. In other words, within Pine Palace, anyone could break through. They had to find enough heavenly treasures to ensure that they did not fall behind others. A few days later, another major event occurred in Deep Pine Hall, shocking everyone. Somewhere in the Dark Pine Palace, an extremely sharp aura suddenly appeared. Then, a huge sword chi light pierced through the sky, shocking everyone. This ray of light only existed for an instant before disappearing into the sky. However, the shock it produced lasted for a long time. Because this aura was too terrifying, it made everyone tremble. Soon, all kinds of discussions broke out in the crowd. This aura is too terrifying. I'm afraid it has already surpassed the level of a half-Earth tier treasure. Indeed, my weapon has already begun to tremble under that sword chi. This is definitely not the power of a half-Earth rank artifact. It can't be an Earth-step treasure, right? It's possible. For a moment, many warriors were excited as they all rushed towards the direction of the sword chi. Lin Xian was also very surprised. When the sword chi appeared, he also felt a sharp aura. Moreover, his Lone Star sword also began to tremble slightly. He knew that this was the sign of a peerless weapon being born. It seemed that there was a peerless weapon in this place. Moreover, from the light, it should be a peerless treasure sword. As a swordsman, Lin Xian would not miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, he and Zhao Shui moved and quickly flew in that direction. The people of the Morong family discussed for a while. Then, under the lead of Morong Qingcheng, they also quickly moved forward. This sword chi not only alarmed the cultivators inside the Pine Palace, but also the heavenly netherbird outside the Pine Palace. Looking at the flash of light, the heavenly netherbird narrowed its eyes. I didn't expect that thing to still exist. I remember that it was broken a long time ago. However, even if it's just a fragment, I can't let it fall into the hands of those humans. There was a trace of fear in the heavenly netherbird's eyes. But soon after, he revealed a sly smile. In the next moment, it waved its giant claws and a black flame formed in front of it. Then, it quickly transmitted its voice to the flame. At the same time, the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace in Deep Pine Palace seemed to have heard something. Their bodies suddenly stiffened and their faces became extremely respectful. I need you to do something. If you succeed, you will be rewarded. The heavenly netherbirds' voice rang in the minds of the Divine Bird Palace warriors. Honorable heavenly netherbird, please speak. One of the elders said respectfully, "You should have sensed the sword chi in the Dark Pine Palace, right? It's the aura of a weapon. I want you to immediately go to that place and get that weapon. Even if you can't get it, you can't let anyone else get it. Do you understand?" "Understood." The elder of the Divine Bird Palace said respectfully, but then he revealed a bitter smile. "To be honest, although we are also a 6-star sect, we are still lacking compared to the other king families. Even if we want to, I'm afraid we don't have the strength to do it. Don't worry about this. Since I asked you to do it, I will naturally help you." The heavenly netherbird's cold voice rang out. "Now find 2 suitable people. I will help them reach the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm in a short period of time. This way, I'm afraid there won't be any problems." 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. 2 people. Hearing this, the people of the Divine Bird Palace felt a chill. Then their eyes lit up. Although it was only a temporary increase in cultivation, the benefits were undoubtedly huge. For a moment, everyone's heart was burning. The elder was also stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. However, he knew that this matter was of great importance. If it was not handled well, they might not be able to leave this place. Therefore, he began to carefully think about it. In terms of strength, this elder was undoubtedly the strongest. Therefore, he was determined to get one of the spots. However, he thought carefully about the other person. In the end, he did not choose from the older generation. Instead, he chose the most talented person in the younger generation. "My lord, I've chosen." The seventh elder of the divine bird palace took a step forward and stood in a conspicuous position. Beside him was a handsome young man. At this moment, the young man's face was filled with ecstasy. Chapter 1204. In the next moment, the seventh elder and the handsome Zhu Qin revealed a pained expression. This was because the black flame symbol that was originally the size of a fingernail on the back of their necks suddenly jumped. Black lines spread out from the black flames and quickly crawled all over their bodies. As the black flame covered their bodies, a terrifying aura burst out from the two. When the black runes completely covered their bodies, their auras reached a peak. As for the cultivators in the distance, they were pressed to the ground by this aura. Every one of them revealed a terrified expression. Eighth heaven, honorable realm. Everyone was extremely envious and terrified at the same time. They did not expect the heavenly netherbird to have such terrifying power. It could create 2 eighth heaven honorables with just a raise of its hand. Isn't this method a little too terrifying? As for the seventh elder and Zhu Qin, they felt the surging power in their bodies. Then they laughed wildly. Eighth heaven, honorable realm. This was a realm that they had dreamed of reaching, but now they had reached it so easily. How could they not be overjoyed? Although it was only a temporary increase, they believed that as long as they completed the mission, the heavenly netherbird would be able to make them true eighth heaven honorables. Lord, rest assured, we will complete the mission. The two said respectfully to the void. Good, I'll wait for your good news. But I have to remind you not to play any tricks. I can make the two of you stronger, but I can also destroy you in an instant. I hope you won't make a mistake. The heavenly netherbird's cold voice sounded. Hearing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Qin trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The two hurriedly shook their heads to show that they would not betray it. Luckily, the heavenly netherbird did not say anything, and they were not in any danger. They knew that the heavenly netherbird believed them for now. Next, they would go all out to snatch the peerless weapon. The two of us will take care of the treasure. You stay here and look for other treasures, the seventh elder said to the other cultivators. Indeed, when the time came to snatch the treasure, it would definitely be the top experts. The rest of them would not be of any use and might even become a burden. Therefore, the seventh elder did not let them go. After saying this, the two of them turned around and soared into the sky. The Pine Palace was huge. It was not any smaller than a huge city. At this moment, there was a cave in the southeast corner of the Pine Palace. This cave was extremely extraordinary. It gave off an ancient aura and a faint trace of sharpness, because not long ago, the sharpness of the sword Qi came from this cave. At this moment, there was a group of warriors standing in front of the cave. The person in the lead was an old man in plain clothes. Although this old man was dressed plainly and had an ordinary appearance, no one dared to look down on him because he was the famous senior sword venerable of the deity, Sword Villa. At this moment, the linen-clothed old man was standing in front of the cave with a grave expression. Honorable Sword Elder, what is this place? Why is there such a terrifying aura? The disciples of the deity, Sword Deity. If my guess is correct, this should be a place for refining weapons. The plain-clothed old man looked at the cave ahead and said in a deep voice. Indeed, not only did the cave have a sharp and ancient aura, there was also a scorching heat wave faintly emitting from the cave. The heat wave was nothing at first, but if one stood in front of the cave for too long, even a venerable one would not be able to withstand it. Place of weapon refinement. The cultivators' eyes lit up when they heard this. So, There should be many ancient weapons inside. That's right. The linen-clothed old man nodded. Moreover, the sharp sword chi from before had been omitted from this place. It must be a peerless divine weapon to be able to release that sword chi. The Honorable Sword Senior's eyes were burning with passion. Although he was very old and had reached the end of his life as a swordsman, his pursuit of treasured swords was endless. Therefore, he wanted to go in and take a look at the peerless divine sword. The Honorable Sword Senior had a yearning look on his face, but in the next moment he frowned and turned around. The sharpness in his eyes turned into a substantial sword chi and slashed forward. Who are you? Sneaking around. His voice was like thunder. As he spoke, the Honorable Sword Senior's aura changed drastically. An unusually sharp and powerful aura burst out from his body. He no longer looked like an ordinary old man. He was clearly a peerless swordsman. The huge sword chi slashed toward the void in front of him. Although everyone was puzzled and did not see who it was, they believed that as long as the Honorable Sword Senior took action, he must have his reasons. Sure enough, in the next moment, two figures flashed in the void and flew into the distance. These two people were the seventh elder and Juchin of the divine bird attack. Their faces were very ugly. They used their extreme movement techniques and quickly ran into the distance. Damn it, this old man is so powerful. We've already restrained our aura, but I didn't expect him to still find us. The seventh elder gritted his teeth. Zhu Chen's face was also solemn. This is the honorable sword of the deity Sword Villa. He's really terrifying. Indeed, although their cultivation had increased to the eighth heaven of the honorable realm, they still felt a chill down their spines when facing the honorable sword. Dodging the sword by a hair's breadth, the two of them fled to a safe place and quickly discussed the matter. Elder, what should we do? Zhu Chen asked. There's no hurry. Look at the cave. It seems to be protected by a powerful formation. I'm afraid it won't be easy to break that formation. Why don't we wait until those people break the formation and then secretly follow them in? In this way, we can preserve our strength and make a move at the critical moment. The seventh elder said in a deep voice. Then, the two of them went into hiding. However, they still paid close attention to the cave in the distance. On the other side, the linen-clothed old man slashed out with his sword. When he saw the two figures running away, he frowned. He could naturally sense that the two figures who were running away had reached the eighth heaven of the honorable realm. Since when did the eighth heaven of the honorable realm from the deity Sword Villa enter? The linen-clothed old man was very confused. However, he shook his head slightly because he could not understand. However, he was not afraid. The strength that the other party had displayed before was not enough to fight against him. What he needed to do now was to enter the cave in front and obtain the exceptional divine weapon. In the next moment, the linen-clothed old man took a deep breath and walked forward. When he was about 10 feet away from the cave, he was suddenly greeted by a fiery red wave of air. Along with it was a scorching aura that melted the entire void. Chapter 1205. Not only that, but a red light screen had also appeared in front of them, blocking their path. As expected, such a treasure vault must be protected by a powerful formation. The plain-clothed old man sighed and retracted his footsteps. Although he did not continue forward, the old man's eyes were very determined. It seemed that he was determined to obtain the divine weapon inside, because he had his own ideas. One had to know that they were not safe now. There was an extremely powerful heavenly nether bird watching them from the outside, and they did not have the strength to fight against it. However, if he could obtain the divine weapon, he might be able to pose a threat to the heavenly nether bird. By then, they would have the right to negotiate. At the very least, they should be able to protect the people from the deity Sword Manor. Therefore, he had to get his hands on this peerless divine weapon. However, the first step was to break the red array in front of them. The old man did not do that. He did not let the people from the deity Sword Manor start breaking the array. Instead, he waited quietly. This was because he knew that the sword light from before must have alerted everyone in the Pine Palace. Therefore, it would not be long before those powerful families and forces arrived. Therefore, he did not need to worry about the array in front of them. Indeed, before long, there was the sound of rushing air behind them. Then, a group of cultivators landed quickly. The aura of the divine weapon. "It's really here." A joyful voice was heard. Then there was a surprised voice. "Deity's Sword Manor? So it's Senior Sword Honorable." The people from the Deity's Sword Manor turned around and realized that the people who landed behind them were from the Palace of Gods of War. The old man also turned around and looked behind him. Then he was surprised. He did not expect that the Palace of Gods of War would have 2 8th level honorables. The 2 8th level honorables were naturally Yen Feng and the mysterious Honorable. Previously, the Palace of Gods of War had obtained some silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits, which had greatly improved the cultivation of many people. Among them, the ones who had benefited the most were Yen Feng and the mysterious Honorable Duan Tianqing. Yen Feng was a genius of the younger generation. He was extremely talented, so he had broken through to the 8th level Honorable at a young age. The mysterious Honorable Duan Tianqing had an even more extraordinary background. He was Duan Tianlang's senior brother and a powerful elder in the Palace of Gods of War. This time around, his strength had increased tremendously. Compared to Yen Feng, he was now slightly stronger. The appearance of the Palace of Ares alerted the deity, Sword Manor. Now was a special time. There was a treasure trove of peerless divine weapons in front of them. The other party's intentions were obvious. Moreover, the 2 8th level venerables made the people of deity Swordvilla feel a wave of pressure. Originally, the strength of the deity Sword Manor had been slightly weaker than a monarch family like the War God Palace. However, the arrival of Senior Sword Sovereign had greatly boosted their confidence. They believed that they could suppress the king clans. This was because, according to the information they had obtained, no 8th level venerables had entered this time. However, they did not expect that 2 8th level venerables would appear in the Palace of War. This surprised them greatly. Previously, the advantage that they had gained by relying on Senior Sword Honorable would be pulled closer to them. However, the linen-clothed old man was very calm. He did not take the 2 martial artists who had just become 8th heaven supremacies seriously. However, he was old after all. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. Hence, he did not say anything in the face of the powerful Palace of Ares. Duan Tianqing, Yen Feng, and the others were different from the people of deity Sword Villa. As soon as they arrived, they quickly rushed forward to study the red array. Not long after, the martial artists of the other forces also arrived. At this moment, the linen-clothed old man finally spoke. "Everyone, I know that everyone is anxious. However, if we don't break this array, I'm afraid no one will be able to enter. Hence, I hope that everyone will work together. Senior Sword Honorable, you're right. You have the highest seniority here. Why don't we leave this matter to you?" An elder of Merry Woods said with a smile. As soon as he said that, the elders of the other forces nodded. The people of the Palace of Ares did not obviously support him, but they did not oppose him either. The linen-clothed old man nodded. Then he walked forward and led the crowd to study it. During this process, the Shun family and the Palace of Ares were extremely jealous. They almost fought again. Fortunately, Senior Sword Honorable was there to suppress the situation. Thus, both sides stopped fighting. Swoosh! In the forest, 2 figures flashed. It was Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The 2 of them naturally rushed to the cave in front of them. However, they did not go up to break the array. Instead, they waited quietly in the distance. It was not that they did not want to go up, but most of the forces had grudges with them. If they went up now, it would cause unnecessary trouble. They might as well wait for those people to break the array and then follow in. Looking at this array, I'm afraid they will need some time to break it. The dark red divine dragon looked to the front and said, "Of course, if I help, I can reduce the time by half. This should be the twin blazing array. It is indeed difficult to break. Lin Xian looked to the front and said slowly, "Not bad, kid. You've improved. You can see through this array at a glance." The dark red divine dragon nodded continuously. Lin Xian smiled. It would be a waste if he did not learn a little from the dark red divine dragon, an array master. Now his array formation level could be considered as an array formation grandmaster. As long as it wasn't an ancient array formation, he could break any ordinary array formation. As they were talking, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Zhao Shui also showed a trace of doubt. Then, the two of them quickly withdrew their auras. Zhao Shui even used her void eye to form a golden vortex that wrapped the two of them. Naturally, they did so for a reason. That was because two figures had suddenly appeared in their northwest direction. The two figures were like ghosts. They moved very quickly and did not make a sound. Even their auras were undetectable. As soon as they landed, they stared at every movement in front of them. However, they did not notice that there were two people hiding not far from them. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were surprised when they saw the two figures. Divine Bird Palace, 8th Heaven Venerable. Lin Xian frowned. He was not surprised that people with the Divine Bird technique appeared here, but the aura of the other party shocked him. He did not expect that the other party had 8th Heaven martial artists, and there were two of them. This was too unexpected. Did the other party also get the silver leaf and the fiery phoenix fruit? Lin Xian was puzzled, but then he shook his head slightly. With the strength of the Divine Bird Palace, they should not be able to defeat the tree demon. Moreover, although the other party's aura was strong, it was very strange. There was even an aura that he was familiar with. Chapter 1206. The Heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian suddenly realized that the aura on the other party's body was very similar to the black flame aura he had collected along the way. At first, he didn't think of it, but after the dark red dragon's reminder, he realized that something was wrong. Why does the other party have such a strong black flame aura? This isn't normal. Lin Xian was puzzled. One had to know that even if the other party had a black flame imprint, it was impossible for the other party to have such an aura with just a trace of black flame. It seems that the Heavenly Netherbird is behind this. The dark red dragon understood. With that fellow's methods, it shouldn't be difficult to raise two people to the 8th heaven of the supremacy realm in a short period of time. Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped. As expected of the Heavenly Netherbird, it was indeed terrifying. It could create two 8th heaven supremacies with just a raise of its hand. This method was truly heaven-defying. However, this also made him very puzzled. He guessed that the Heavenly Netherbird had sent two 8th heaven supremacies to seize the peerless weapon in the cave. The other party was a demonic beast and had no use for the weapon. It should be that the weapon was a threat to it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain the peerless weapon, it might increase their chances of winning. Thinking of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had to obtain the peerless weapon inside. Next, they just had to wait patiently. 2 days later, the fiery red formation in front of them finally dimmed and disappeared. Everyone's face was filled with ecstasy as they quickly dashed inside. However, immediately after, a few screams came from ahead. Many of them quickly retreated, their faces full of pain. Some of them were on fire, burning fiercely. A few powerhouses had to take action to extinguish the fire. Then they looked ahead with very serious expressions. Previously, because of the red formation, although they felt a scorching aura, they didn't pay much attention to it. But now the red array was gone, and the scorching aura of the bones was completely exposed in front of them. The energy caused their expressions to change. It was too terrifying. It was as if an endless sea of fire was going to burn them. The few martial artists who had screamed earlier were burned by this heat wave. However, despite the danger ahead, no one retreated. Instead, they quickly made preparations. Even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, these people would still step in without hesitation, let alone a heat wave. Sure enough, the group was well prepared and set off. The plain-clothed elder took the lead, and a bright sword radiance gushed out from his body. Then his body swayed, and he charged forward like a beam of sword radiance. Wherever it passed, the fiery red airwaves were mercilessly torn apart and slapped to both sides. Behind him were Yen Feng and Duan Tianqing, 2 8th-level venerables. Their auras were extremely powerful. They were like ferocious beasts, pushing away all the heat waves. Behind the two of them were the elders of the major forces. These people also used all their means and quickly rushed forward. It's about time. Let's go. In the forest, the 7th elder and Zhu Qin moved out. They were like ghosts. Their speed was extremely fast. In an instant, they disappeared from their original positions. After the two left, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui also revealed themselves. Let's go too. Let's see what kind of peerless divine weapon is inside. Lin Xian looked forward. His eyes were extremely bright. He stomped his foot and shot forward like an arrow. When he was near the cave entrance, the red lotus armor on his body quickly covered his entire body. On the armor, a bright red lotus flower bloomed, pushing away all the heat waves that came with it. Zhao Shui followed closely behind. There were countless golden vortexes around him, absorbing the surrounding heat. The two of them were very fast. Soon they entered the cave. This cave was a completely different world. It was bigger than expected. The crimson ground was cracked into pieces. From time to time, flames would pass through these cracks. These flames were not to be underestimated. They could even easily tear apart a venerable's protective shield. No one doubted this. Not only was the ground fiery red, but the entire mountain walls were also fiery red. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, emitting a torrential heat. As they walked forward, black iron chains appeared on the crimson walls. Each of them was as thick as a bucket. These iron chains intertwined with each other as if they were binding something. Everyone looked ahead and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there was an extremely huge furnace in front of them. It was bound by countless black iron chains and suspended in midair. The furnace was very simple and unadorned. At first glance, one could tell that it was an ancient item. Moreover, its position was very strange. The mouth of the furnace was facing downward. Endless red lava flowed down from the mouth of the furnace like a fiery waterfall. This remote sky mystery realm had existed for at least a few thousand years. This cave must have existed all along. It was very strange that the flaming lava had not dried up after a few thousand years. Lin Xian was also very surprised. However, he quickly figured out what was going on. He realized that there were mysterious patterns on the huge furnace. They were emitting a strange power. Perhaps the reason why the flaming waterfall could last for thousands of years was related to the mysterious patterns on the furnace. However, this was not something he needed to consider. He shifted his gaze away from the huge furnace and looked at the ground in front of him. Then Lin Xian's body shook. Endless light burst out from his eyes. There was an open space in front of him. Countless swords were inserted into the ground. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 swords densely packed like stone tablets. These swords were of different sizes and shapes. Some were shining like the sun, emitting a blazing light from head to toe. There were also some that were rusty, like rusty iron swords that were casually inserted into the ground. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was not the only one stunned. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that there would be over 1,000 swords here. That's right. This should be a place to refine weapons. Moreover, the owner of this place should be a master swordsmith. Otherwise, why would all the treasure auras be from swords? We're rich. We're really rich this time. These are all ancient treasures. Their power is definitely beyond imagination. A group of people ran forward crazily. However, Lin Xian did not move. He felt that the situation was too strange. Moreover, his main target was the peerless weapon. Not only did Lin Xian not move, but the old man in linen clothes also did not move. However, the old man's eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned the entire space. He seemed to be looking for traces of the peerless weapon. At this moment, many of the warriors who ran out previously pulled out their swords from the ground. A few of them managed to snatch the dazzling sword, and they immediately looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, peerless weapon. I got a peerless weapon. Chapter 1207. A sword chi that was like a crescent moon slashed down from the sky. The warrior holding the resplendent sword also snorted coldly and quickly waved the sword in his hand. The long sword bloomed like the sun, emitting an incomparably resplendent light. However, when it collided with the crescent moon sword chi, it let out a cracking sound and broke into two. What? How is this possible? This is impossible. I obtained a peerless divine weapon. How could it be broken? The warrior held the broken sword with a disappointed expression. An elder of the deity, Swordvilla, snorted coldly, "How foolish! Whether it is a divine weapon or not, it is not just determined by its light. How can it be so easy to find a peerless divine weapon?" The deity Swordvilla could be said to be the most outstanding sect in the Tianwu continent in terms of sword techniques. Therefore, the elder's words caused everyone to ponder. It seemed that the dazzling light was not necessarily a divine weapon. Instead, it was possible that the rusty sword was the true peerless treasure sword. For a time, many warriors specially chose those long swords that looked like scrap metal. Buzz! A warrior pulled out a rusty iron sword and waved it in the air. Under normal circumstances, these warriors wouldn't even look at it because the sword was too ordinary. But now, with their previous experience, they specially chose this kind of iron sword. However, to everyone's disappointment, the rusty sword directly turned into fragments in the air and scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, even the people from the deity, Swordvilla, frowned. It seemed that the treasured swords here could not be distinguished by their appearance. It didn't mean that shiny things were bad and rusty things weren't good either. In other words, any sword could be a peerless divine weapon. Thinking of this, the warriors planned to start a carpet search. If one time was not enough, they would search twice. He did not believe that when they pulled out all the swords, they would still not be able to find the peerless divine weapon. However, in the next moment, many warriors in front of them cried out in alarm. This was because they discovered that each person could only pull out one sword, and once the martial artists who had pulled out the sword wanted to pull out another sword, they would be repelled by an extremely strange force. Damn it, I don't believe it. Why can't I pull out the second sword? Some warriors did not believe it and used their strength to pull out the second sword. However, a burst of sword chi shot out from the sword, directly splitting the martial artist into two halves. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Then, they let out a breath of cold air. Shocking, too shocking. They did not expect that the swords would have such a change. Although the one who died was only a 6th level venerable, this scene shocked everyone, because they would not forget that this was a cave left behind by an ancient expert. Who knew what terrifying things would be inside? So for a time, everyone became extremely careful. They were deeply afraid that they would trigger some formation taboo and cause unnecessary danger. Instead, it was those people who had hurriedly pulled out their treasured swords that were filled with regret. Previously, they didn't think that each person could only choose once, so they didn't care when they made their choice. But now, they did not have the chance to choose. It seems that everyone can only choose once. If we follow the rules, we shouldn't be in any danger. The people from Deity Swordvilla observed for a while and discovered the principle. All right, all of you can go and choose your own treasured swords, the plain-clothed old man slowly said. Hearing this, the disciples of Deity Swordvilla were overjoyed. They quickly walked forward and carefully chose. They were all swordsmen, so their pursuit of swords was much stronger than other warriors. Previously, they did not act rashly, so they avoided the previous incident. Now, they could finally choose properly. However, when deity sword villas, Xiao Fan walked forward, something happened. Because before he started to choose, a sword on the ground began to tremble. Then, it burst out with a dazzling light. In the end, the sword rose from the ground and flew toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed the sword. Then, the sword let out a sonorous sword cry as if it was very excited. What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This was because nothing like this had ever happened before. On the other hand, the elders of deity Sword Villa were excited. The sword chooses its owner. This is the sword choosing its owner. Rumor has it that some high-level swords have spirituality. They can choose their own owners. I always thought it was a legend, but I didn't expect to see it today. Xiao Fan, look at that sword. Hearing the elder's words, Xiao Fan was also excited. Then he channeled his spiritual energy into the sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sword chi let out a sonorous cry. A fiery sword light swept across the entire void. Everywhere it passed, it seemed like a raging fire was burning. In the end, the red light that filled the sky dispersed, and the long sword revealed its true appearance. It was a fiery red sword. There were patterns on it that looked like a Buddhist imprint. It emitted a scorching aura. On the hilt of the sword, there were two ancient words, departing fire. Departing fire sword, a half-earth, rank treasure. Moreover, it was a treasure forged by an ancient expert. Its power was unimaginable. After knowing this, the surrounding warriors were envious. That was a half-earth, rank treasure. It was an extremely precious item. Only the genius disciples of the king families or some elders could own it. Ordinary warriors couldn't get it at all. Moreover, the departing fire sword wasn't an ordinary half-earth rank treasure. It was a treasure forged by an ancient expert. Its power was stronger than an ordinary earth rank treasure. D*eminent, why don't I have such luck? As expected of the person called Junior Sword Honorable. He's really powerful. The group was envious. On the other hand, the elders of deity Sword Villa laughed heartily. Even the Sword Honorable nodded his head slightly. It was indeed good to be able to make the sword choose its owner. At the side, Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the sword to have such spirituality. It could even choose its owner. He wondered what would happen if he went up. Would he attract the peerless divine sword? He was very curious, but he didn't act rashly. Firstly, he wanted to observe a little more. Secondly, the Sword Honorable and the other 8th level honorables didn't make a move. He wasn't in a hurry. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry, but it didn't mean that the others weren't. Especially the young geniuses of the various forces. They all went down and were ready to show off their skills. Buzz! The Shun family's 13th young master went down and caused a commotion. Another sword chose its owner. Chapter 1208. In fact, this was normal because he wasn't a pure swordsman. Xiao Fan was a disciple from the deity Sword Villa. His attainments in the way of the sword far surpassed other cultivators. Therefore, he could obtain a treasured sword like the departing flame sword. Although the genius disciples from the sovereign clans could also cause a commotion, they didn't obtain a peerless divine sword. Those ordinary disciples couldn't trigger the treasured swords to choose their masters. They could only rely on luck. Many people made their moves and obtained some treasures. At that moment, Yan Feng made his move. Yan Feng's move attracted everyone's attention. It couldn't be helped. He was an 8th heaven honorable. Everyone wanted to know what kind of divine weapon an expert of this level would obtain. For a moment, everyone's eyes were looking forward with great anticipation. Yan Feng's face was full of arrogance as he walked forward with majestic gait. Then he stood in the middle of the field with his hands behind his back. His body emitted a powerful aura. Obviously, Yen Feng didn't plan to carefully choose the treasured swords. Instead, he waited quietly. It seemed like he wanted the treasured swords to choose their masters. Indeed, in the next moment, the sound of swords clanging could be heard. But soon after, everyone was astonished. They realized that there wasn't only one sword clanging. 2 treasured swords exploded with dazzling light. They were like resplendent suns that shone in all directions. Then, the 2 treasured swords turned into streaks of light that flew toward Yen Feng. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. Even Xiao Fan was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Yen Feng to be so powerful that he could make 2 treasured swords recognize him as their master. Was this the strength of an 8th heaven honorable? He was too powerful. When Yen Feng saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up. He revealed a confident smile. Then he reached out and grabbed one of the treasured swords. The moment he grabbed it, the light of the other treasured sword quickly dimmed and returned to the ground. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yen Feng didn't obtain both treasured swords. The people from the deity Sword Villa frowned. They knew the pros and cons of this. Ordinary cultivators would choose treasured swords from thousands of long swords. It was very likely that they would end up with trash. However, Yen Feng had to choose between 2 treasured swords. No matter which one he chose, it would definitely be a treasured sword. It wouldn't be an ordinary sword. As expected of an 8th level venerated realm cultivator to actually receive such treatment. Seeing that Yen Feng had succeeded, everyone had different expressions. The 9th young master and 13th young master of the Shen clan had unfriendly expressions. This was because they realized that the sword in Yen Feng's hand was of a much higher grade than the ones in their hands. It even surpassed the Li Fire sword in Xiao Fan's hand. In the distance, Lin Xian also nodded slightly. It seemed that even if one was not a swordsman, when one's strength reached a certain level, these treasured swords would automatically choose their masters. Just like Yen Feng now. The grade of the treasured sword in his opponent's hand had already surpassed the distant fire sword. Even amongst the half-earth step treasures, it was still extremely good. However, compared to his Lone Star sword, it was still slightly inferior. That was because his Lone Star sword contained a trace of an Earth rank artifact fragment. As long as it was related to an Earth step treasure, its power would be unimaginable. Even if it was just a fragment, it would still far surpass a half-Earth step treasure of the same price. Therefore, Lin Xian's target was not the ordinary half-Earth step artifacts in front of him, but the true peerless divine weapon. After Yen Feng succeeded, the Palace of Gods of War cheered. However, Duan Tianqing did not make a move. Instead, he looked towards the deity's sword manor. Indeed, he was staring at the plain-clothed elder. It seemed that he was waiting for the other party to make a move. In fact, it was not only him. Everyone around was waiting because the plain-clothed elder was a legendary existence. He was a sword sovereign. These people wanted to know what kind of phenomenon would occur if the sword sovereign made a move. Would they find the true peerless divine weapon? Feeling everyone's gaze, the plain-clothed elder's face was calm. He then calmly walked forward. He's making a move. He's really making a move. Everyone was extremely excited because they would be able to witness the power of the legendary Sword Sovereign. Seeing the Sword Sovereign make a move, Yen Feng and Duan Tianqing also held their breaths. Especially Duan Tianqing, whose eyes were blazing. Not only him, but the 7th Elder and Zhu Qin of the Divine Bird Palace were also extremely nervous. They believed that as long as the Sword Sovereign made a move, he would definitely attract the peerless divine weapon. Then it would be time for them to make a move. Of course, it would be better if the Sword Sovereign could not find the peerless divine weapon. In that case, no one would be able to find the true peerless divine weapon, and they would be able to complete the Heavenly Netherbird's mission without making a move. On the side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. If there was someone who posed the greatest threat to him here, it would naturally be the plain-clothed elder. After all, the other party was once the famous sword sovereign. Although his vitality had withered, he was still not someone an ordinary eighth heaven supremacy could contend against. Moreover, the other party was an expert in the way of the sword. His attainments in the way of the sword were extraordinary. Perhaps he could really find the peerless divine weapon. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. If the situation changed, he had to make a move. Haha, Senior Sword Sovereign, you don't mind if I search with you, right? At this moment, Duan Tianqing of the Palace of Gods of War suddenly spoke. Then his godlike body quickly stepped forward and walked forward. In an instant, he arrived at the place where the sword was hidden. At this moment, the Sword Sovereign's voice slowly drifted over. As you wish. Clearly, he did not take this Duan Tianqing to heart. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Then, Duan Tianqing stepped forward, and his aura suddenly erupted. Like a violent storm, it instantly filled the entire space. Its power was even stronger than Yan Feng's from before. Following his arrival, the long swords in front of him also began to hum nonstop. In fact, many of the long swords even exploded with resplendent light. 5 swords, a total of 5 swords, shot into the sky and rapidly flew towards Duan Tianqing. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with astonishment. One had to know that previously Yan Feng had only attracted 2 swords, and that had already made everyone envious. But now, this Duan Tianqing had directly attracted 5 swords. This was truly shocking. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Indeed, this Duan Tianqing was much stronger than Yan Feng. It was reasonable for him to attract 5 swords. Duan Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of making a move. He allowed the 5 swords to turn into shocking rainbows and dance around him. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked behind him. There was an old figure there, but no one dared to underestimate him. The plain-clothed old man did not have any reaction to Duan Tianqing's ability to attract 5 swords. His old face remained calm. Then he slowly arrived at the place where the sword was hidden. The moment he stepped on the ground, the surrounding sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 1209. The number was not something Duan Tianqing could compare to. The 10 swords turned into a long rainbow and danced around the old man, emitting a blazing light. This scene caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Even Duan Tianqing's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. His previous actions were naturally provocative. In his opinion, although the Sword Venerable was famous, he had already declined and could no longer display the power he had in the past. That was why he wanted to provoke him. However, he did not expect that the Sword Venerable would still be so powerful even though his blood qi had withered. With just a step, he attracted 10 swords to surround him. There were twice as many swords as he was. This made him extremely shocked. One had to know that he had used all his strength to attract 1 sword, but the Sword Venerable had attracted 10 swords just by walking casually. The gap between them could be said to be abnormally huge. The 10 swords circled around the Sword Venerable like flowing light. The Sword Venerable only glanced at them casually, then shook his head slightly. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a majestic force surged out, pushing the 10 swords around him away. Buzz! 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 The 10 swords flew out and returned to the ground. What? He pushed them away. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Those were 10 swords. If it were any other cultivator, they would definitely choose carefully. However, the Sword Venerable had casually pushed them away and did not choose a single one. It had to be said that he was too bold. In this world, only the Sword Venerable could do that. At the side, Duan Tianqing's face darkened. He originally wanted to provoke the Sword Venerable, but he did not expect the Sword Venerable to suppress him in terms of numbers. However, the Sword Venerable's actions directly provoked him. The 10 swords glanced at each other and were pushed away. This made him extremely shocked and infuriated at the same time. Then he snorted coldly and pushed away the 5 swords around him. Seeing this action, the surrounding people also exclaimed. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With Duan Tianqing's strength and attainments in the Sword Dao, wanting to compete with the Sword Venerable was undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a rock. The Sword Venerable was even more expressionless. He did not even look at Duan Tianqing. Once again, he walked past the countless swords. Then, countless swords soared into the sky and flew towards him like rainbows. This time, there were even more, a total of 20 of them. However, the Sword Venerable only glanced at it before shaking his head and pushing it away again. Next, 30 swords soared into the sky and were pushed away again. Duan Tianqing originally wanted to compete with Sword Sovereign, but when he saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. This kind of method was simply not something that he could use. In front of them, as the Sword Sovereign's aura grew stronger, the number of treasured swords in the sky also increased. All of a sudden, a sword emitted a shocking light. That light was very special. It suppressed the other sword lights and even emitted an unusually sharp aura. Seeing this sword light, everyone looked over with rapt attention. They were very excited. Could it be that a peerless divine weapon has appeared? It seems very likely, as expected of the honorable sword. I'm afraid only he has the means to make the peerless divine weapon appear. Everyone was shocked. On the other hand, the people from Deity Sword Villa were ecstatic. Duan Tianqing's face was gloomy. He looked ahead and roared, unleashing an unparalleled power. His power swept towards the shocking sword light, trying to snatch it from the Sword Sovereign. However, when his power was swept into the sword light, it was as if it had fallen into the sea. There was no wind at all. Damn it! Duan Tianqing was extremely angry. He also knew that he was no match for the Sword Sovereign. However, he was unwilling to let the divine weapon fall into the hands of the Deity Sword Villa, so he could only fight for it with all his might. The Sword Sovereign did not stop Duan Tianqing because the other party did not attack directly. Instead, he used his aura to attract the sword light, which did not violate any rules. Therefore, the Sword Sovereign could not be bothered with him because he was confident that no one here was a match for him in terms of sword principle. They were not even qualified for him to take them seriously. In front of them, the sword light became brighter and brighter as if it was going to break through the sky. The Sword Sovereign's eyes were also extremely bright, as if he wanted to see if the sword was a peerless divine weapon. In the distance, Lin Xian looked at this scene with a grave expression. Although he was not sure if the sword light was from a peerless divine weapon, he knew that he could not wait any longer. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian made a move. His figure was like a phantom as he shuttled through the crowd and arrived at the place where the sword was hidden in an instant. When he stepped onto the ground, he immediately activated the great dragon, Sword Soul. A deep dragon roar sounded from within his body, and then an unforgettable scene appeared. On the ground in front of him, thousands of swords were all trembling as if they were going to soar into the sky. Beams of dazzling sword light burst out and connected into one, illuminating the entire sky. Clang! 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 Thousands of swords flew out and floated in the sky, blooming with dazzling light. Then these swords turned into shocking rainbows, and all flew towards Lin Xian. For a moment, Lin Xian was like a sword immortal, attracting thousands of swords around him. What? Thousands of swords? How is this possible? Dream, I must be dreaming. Who is this kid? How can he be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it. There were more than 1,000 swords in front of them, and most of them had soared into the sky and were circling around Lin Xian. There were only a few swords left on the ground. It could be said that Lin Xian's appearance had attracted almost all of the swords. This was simply too shocking. One must know that even a sword venerable would not be able to create such a scene. Even Zhao Shui, Murong Qingqing, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The others' expressions were even more exaggerated. The people from the deity's sword manor exclaimed, while the people from the Ares workshop and the Shen family looked horribly gloomy, especially Yan Feng and Duan Tianqing. D***. How can this guy attract thousands of swords? Yan Feng gritted his teeth. He was very unwilling to admit defeat when he lost to Lin Xian last time. This time he had a breakthrough in his cultivation and thought that he could definitely kill Lin Xian. However, he had lost to Lin Xian before they even fought. He had only attracted 2 swords before, but Lin Xian had attracted thousands of swords. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was impossible to cross. Even the sword honorable could not remain calm. He looked at Lin Xian with astonishment in his eyes. Chapter 12:10. The long swords here were very magical. It didn't mean that one could attract many swords just because they were powerful. This required fate and attainments in the sword Tao. It could be said that it was extremely mysterious. Even if a king came, it would be impossible to attract all the swords away. That was because it was simply impossible. Who is this young man? How is he so powerful? The sword venerable stared at Lin Xian carefully with a face full of doubt. He had heard of the few genius disciples of the King clans, but Lin Xian was completely different from the information he knew. In other words, he wasn't from the King clans. That made him even more surprised. Apart from the King clans, what other forces' disciples could be so shocking? No, even the King clans can't find such a person. Unique treasure. This kid must have a unique treasure in his hands to be able to cause such a phenomenon. The sword venerable's eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian. He couldn't help it. The scene was too shocking. He really didn't believe that a young man at the 7th level of the supremacy realm could cause such a phenomenon. Perhaps the only explanation was that he had a treasure on him. In fact, his guess was close. However, it wasn't a treasure, but a sword soul. The reason for such a shocking scene was the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful, and its aura could naturally attract countless swords here. Therefore, although Lin Xian was only at the 7th level of the supremacy realm, the commotion he caused was even more terrifying than the sword venerable. Looking at the thousands of long swords around him, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then he stretched out his hands and pressed down on the void. Immediately, a majestic force surged out and pushed the thousands of swords away. Then, the long swords stabbed back into the ground like rain. Bang! 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 The void rumbled and the ground trembled. Countless long swords kept clanging. What? He pushed them all away? He didn't take any of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Xian to do that. He was really bold. There were definitely powerful treasures among the thousands of long swords. However, Lin Xian didn't choose any of them and directly pushed them away. This boldness was even stronger than the sword venerable. Duan Tianqing's face darkened at this sight. Damn it, this brat's target is also a peerless divine weapon. Stop him, don't let him come up. Brat scram. As soon as Duan Tianqing left, Duan Tianlang from the Palace of Gods of War grinned maliciously and rushed towards Lin Xian. His current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. It could be said that his strength had increased greatly. In the next moment, a terrifying fist smashed towards Lin Xian's head. Die, brat! A demon wolf flew out from the fist. The void trembled and was mercilessly torn apart. The demon wolf turned into a beam of light and quickly pounced towards Lin Xian. He's going all out right from the start. It seems like Duan Tianlang wants to kill his opponent. That's for sure. Duan Tianlang suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Xian before. Now that his strength has increased greatly, he naturally wants to take revenge. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. Yeah, he was able to create such a vision previously. It shouldn't be because of his own strength. I wonder if he can withstand this punch. The crowd discussed fervently. Many of them looked worried. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. Spiritual energy rolled and countless flames jumped. They turned into a huge flaming hand and slapped forward. Boom! The demon wolf fist shadow was smashed apart. Not only that, Duan Tianlang was also sent flying. He vomited blood and crashed into the wall behind him. What? He was sent flying. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. That was a peak seventh heaven, venerable. He was sent flying with a single slap. Lin Xian's strength was too terrifying. How is this possible? Damn it, how did he do it? The people from the Palace of Gods of War were horrified. Yan Feng's face darkened. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. Then he sneered coldly. Seventh heaven, venerable. You've broken through. No wonder you're stronger than before. So what if you've broken through? You can only lie down in front of me. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Then he took a step forward and his body emitted powerful spiritual energy. The aura of an eighth heaven venerable. Oh my God, is Yan Feng going to attack? It's possible. According to the rumors, Yan Feng was defeated by Lin Xian before. I guess he wants to take revenge now. What? Yan Feng was defeated before? Are you kidding? He's a genius martial artist from the Palace of Gods of War. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a secret. Lin Xian is too terrifying. He can even defeat a genius martial artist like Yan Feng. So what? He was just lucky. Senior brother Yan Feng has broken through to the eighth heaven, venerable. He's a peerless expert. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't beat our senior brother Yan Feng. Humph, he's dead. An eighth heaven venerable can crush a seventh heaven venerable. Senior brother Yan Feng can kill him with a finger. The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War sneered when they saw Yan Feng attack. In the distance, Duan Tianqing also heaved a sigh of relief. Then he focused on finding a peerless weapon. Lin Xian said coldly, "You're not my match." "Kid, you're too arrogant." Yan Feng sneered. "Although I was defeated by you before, it's different now. I've broken through to the eighth heaven, venerable. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." However, Lin Xian shook his head. "An eighth heaven venerable isn't invincible. You've just entered the eighth heaven. I said you're not my match. So, get lost if you don't want to die. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like that. I'll knock your teeth out one by one later. Let's see how stubborn you can be then." Yan Feng gripped the sword he had just obtained and slashed out. The sword light flashed and turned into countless light waves. It was as if endless waves were rushing through the void. This sword was too terrifying. It was enough to kill any seventh heaven venerable. When the surrounding people saw Yan Feng attack, they all retreated, afraid that they would be swept away by the waves. Is this the strength of an eighth heaven venerable? Just the aura alone makes me feel despair. There's nothing I can do. The gap is too big. The gap between the venerable realm and the seventh heaven was like heaven and earth. It was impossible to fight someone of a higher level. For a moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. They thought that he was dead for sure this time. The terrifying sword light was incomparably vast, but it was useless against Lin Xian. A vermilion bird seal was quickly shot out from Lin Xian's hand. The fire element here was very rich, so Lin Xian used fire concept in these few moves. A flaming vermilion bird was born and shattered all the sword light. Chapter 12:11. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said coldly. Then he stomped his foot and charged out like a bolt of lightning. What? He blocked it. Lin Xian could actually block the attack of an eighth heaven supremacy? That was unbelievable. Everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that Lin Xian was powerful and mysterious, they didn't think that Lin Xian could fight against an eighth heaven supremacy. But now he had done it. It was really shocking. Yan Feng's face turned pale. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to fight against him. There was a ball of anger burning in his heart. You're courting death. How dare an ant compete with the sun and moon? I'll let you know the true power of an eighth heaven supremacy. Yan Feng put away the sword in his hand and pulled out the demon slayer at his waist. With a clang, the demon slayer was pulled out. The long saber shone brightly, and the light was like the sea. The resplendent saber light shot into the sky and lit up the entire space. Buzz! Yan Feng held the frenzied saber and slashed out. Suddenly, the saber light emitted a buzzing sound that made one's soul tremble. The ocean blue saber light was like a wave that instantly streaked across the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The entire cave was shaking. 8 ocean abyss saber. Yan Feng's voice was cold like the edge of a saber. His head emitted a sharp aura. The 8 ocean abyss saber was an earth-class martial art. It was very terrifying. Now that Yan Feng's cultivation had increased greatly and reached the 8th heaven supremacy, he could be said to be extremely powerful. At that moment, he was one with the saber. The terrifying saber light seemed to be able to shatter everything as it slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the field and waved his hand. Immediately, the thousands of swords around him trembled and emitted a resplendent light, forming a sea of sword light. These sword lights combined to form a huge sword chi that floated in the sky. Then it slashed forward violently. Boom! The two collided with a deafening sound. It was as if thunder had exploded from the 9 heavens. The entire cave kept shaking. At this moment, mysterious red runes appeared on the ground and walls, emitting a mysterious power that protected the entire cave. Otherwise, just this move alone would have flattened the entire cave. However, those martial artists were not so lucky. That terrifying remnant energy directly impacted their bodies, sending them flying. Those with weaker strength even vomited large mouthfuls of blood, suffering serious injuries. Retreat! Countless people screamed in horror and retreated to the wall. The older generation figures and 7th level venerables quickly worked together to form a screen of light to defend themselves. Otherwise, many of them would probably die here in the next attack. Now, they were no longer shocked, but terrified, especially the warriors from the palace of Ares. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible! How is this possible? How can he contend against an 8th level venerable? Dream! Damn it, I must be dreaming. They had really gone mad. It should be known that that was an 8th heaven venerable. In the eyes of the world, he was already a peerless expert. Moreover, there was a huge gap between a 7th level venerable realm and an 8th level venerable realm. It could be said that there was no suspense in this battle. But now, the result was completely out of their expectations. Lin Xian blocked Yan Feng's attack. Not only that, but it seemed that they were evenly matched. Yan Feng's expression was even more terrifying. If the first attack could be said to be blocked by luck, then the previous scene was definitely not luck. He could now confirm that Lin Xian definitely had the battle prowess of an 8th heaven venerable. Damn it! How did this brat do it? Yan Feng's expression was very ugly. I don't believe it. This brat must have used some secret technique to forcefully increase his battle prowess. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend against me? Yan Feng seemed to have grasped something. Then he revealed a cold smile. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a secret technique. But it's a pity. I think this secret technique won't last for too long. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. When the secret technique ends, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Yan Feng's words calmed the hearts of the disciples of the palace of Ares. So it was a secret technique. No wonder he could contend against an 8th-level venerable. What a crooked method. The secret technique can increase one's battle prowess temporarily, but the side effects are definitely huge. Furthermore, this secret technique definitely won't last for too long. Just wait. Once the secret technique ends, he'll be dead for sure. Facing these words, Lin Xian only said 2 words, ignorant. He did indeed have a secret technique that could increase his battle prowess. However, he didn't use any secret technique at all. This was his true battle prowess. However, he didn't have time to waste here with Yan Feng. His goal was the peerless divine weapon. With a cold snort, Lin Xian attacked again. Haha, brat, I guessed it right. You can't wait to attack, right? Seeing Lin Xian's actions seemed to confirm his guess, Yan Feng laughed maniacally. A guy who used a secret technique to increase his strength wants to compete with me? What a joke! Yan Feng laughed maniacally as he waved the berserk blade in his hand. Rays of blade light surged out rapidly. Then, an unparalleled power erupted from Yan Feng's body. His eyes were like 2 rays of blade light, piercing through space and time. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the berserk blade in his hand, erupting with powerful battle prowess. Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword, and endless sword light rushed out from his body. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the sky. He instantly arrived in front of Yan Feng. The Lone Star sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. Dang! The two collided, and a deafening sound rang out. A huge crack appeared in the void. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. The great dragon sword soul continued to circulate, causing his battle prowess to be unparalleled. He fought against Yan Feng, an 8th-level venerable. The surrounding people were deeply shocked by this scene. A 7th-level venerable fought an 8th-level venerable head-on. This was probably the first time in history that a 7th-level venerable was not at a disadvantage. Impossible. Go to hell. Yan Feng roared into the sky, wanting to kill Lin Xian. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The long blade in his hand slashed towards Lin Xian. Every strike caused the void to collapse. On the other hand, Lin Xian was like the tip of a sword, sharp to the extreme. The long sword slashed across the sky, and an unparalleled light burst out, causing the entire world to lose its color. The sword qi swept out, shattering all of Yan Feng's attacks. The sword qi was like a dragon roaring in the sky, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. It was extremely terrifying. Yan Feng's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. He did not dare to fight against this terrifying sword qi. His body retreated rapidly like a ghost. However, his momentum was at a disadvantage when he retreated. When he wanted to counterattack, he realized that he was being suppressed by Lin Xian. Chapter 12:12. Lin Xian did not give Yan Feng a chance to counterattack. The Lone Star sword in his hand was like a dragon, roaring continuously. A terrifying killing intent swept out in all directions. Lin Xian slashed out 13 times in a row. The terrifying sword light connected in the sky like a vast ocean, and all of them blasted towards Yan Feng. The entire void was trembling, and the cave was shaking nonstop as if it would collapse at any time. Yan Feng's face was pale. He could not dodge at all and could only take the 13 swords head-on. The sound of metal clashing resounded in the air. Yan Feng's face was pale, and his entire arm was trembling. The 13 swords were like raging waves, each stronger than the last. In the end, although he took the 13 swords, his arm was completely numb, and he could not exert any strength at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian's battle intent was high, and his aura was majestic. Sword light surrounded his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. He slashed out again. Wind and thunder roared, and metal and fire mixed together. This sword was extremely sharp, and it directly sent Yan Feng's demon slayer flying. Then, the long sword swept out like a dragon, swinging its tail, and sent Yan Feng flying. Blood splattered in the air, and explosions continued. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was shocking. They could not believe that Yan Feng had been defeated. One had to know that Yan Feng was an eighth heaven honorable. He was a peerless expert in the eyes of the world, but he had been defeated just like that. Furthermore, he had lost to a 7th level venerate. This was simply too unbelievable. Duan Tianqing's face was also gloomy, and his entire body was trembling. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to defeat Yan Feng. It was really beyond his expectations. Not only that, but an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Lin Xian was someone that the Palace of Gods of War had to kill. One of his missions in the remote sky secret realm this time was to kill Lin Xian. Originally, there was no suspense to this mission because Lin Xian was only a cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer before entering the remote heaven secret realm. A person like that was only an ant in Duan Tianqing's eyes. However, in just 2 to 3 months, Lin Xian had already become a 7th heaven honorable. Not only that, but his battle strength was even more powerful. He could already fight an 8th heaven honorable. It would be very difficult to kill him now. Thinking of this, he felt fear and regret at the same time. If he had made up his mind to pursue them with all his might back then, none of this would have happened. But now it was too late. Not only in the remote sky secret realm, but if they let him out, the Palace of Gods of War would probably undergo an earth-shaking change. Therefore, the best opportunity to kill Lin Xian was in the remote heaven mystery realm. Just as he was considering whether or not to make a move, Lin Xian had already made the first move. After dealing with Yan Feng, Lin Xian turned around and went back to the sword treasury. He activated the great dragon sword spirit, and thousands of swords began to hum. His eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings. He wanted to find the true peerless divine weapon. For a moment, the entire space was filled with sword radiance. Sword Qi soared into the sky and was extremely dazzling. The sword sovereign also snorted coldly as his eyes shone brightly. A huge sword aura surged from his body, connecting the heavens and the earth. Rays of sword light spread out in all directions like waves, quickly covering the entire sword treasury. Duan Tianqing also roared as he activated the energy in his body with all his might. 3 violent bursts of energy covered the entire space, leaving nothing behind. Finally, under the combined efforts of the 3 great powerhouses, an extremely dazzling ray of light shone from the sky sword forest. The peerless divine weapon has appeared. Seeing that ray of light, everyone exclaimed. In the next moment, the ray of light turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the sword sovereign. Damn it! Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared angrily. He stretched out a huge palm of light and grabbed at the space before him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shook his head slightly. This place was very strange. Since the hidden sword had chosen the sword lord, it was already destined. As expected, although Duan Tianqing's palm of light was terrifying, it was instantly torn apart by that ray of sword light. Soon, that ray of sword light arrived beside the sword sovereign. Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Xian was expressionless. This was what he had expected. However, this time, things went beyond his expectations. This was because 2 figures had suddenly appeared behind him and were charging towards the sword venerable at lightning speed. Then, 2 terrifying palms reached out and grabbed the treasured sword in front of the sword sovereign. It's them. Lin Xian looked at the 2 figures with a surprised expression. He naturally knew these 2 figures, but he did not expect them to dare to attack at this time. One must know, that was the sword sovereign. The two figures were naturally the seventh elder and Juchin of the divine bird palace. The two of them had been ordered by the heavenly netherbird to obtain the peerless divine weapon. However, they did not recognize the peerless divine weapon at all, and the heavenly netherbird did not tell them. Therefore, in their opinion, the sword in the sword sovereign's hand must be a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they attacked. When these two people appeared, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack the sword sovereign. They were really bold. However, when they sensed the aura of these two people, they all screamed, "Eighth Heaven Venerable! Eighth Heaven Venerables!" Other than Duan Tianqing and Yen Feng of the Palace of Gods of War, there were two Eighth Heaven Venerables. This was too shocking. However, what shocked them even more was that the two figures were actually from the Divine Bird Palace. How is this possible? Since when did the Divine Bird Palace have Eighth Heaven Venerables? Everyone was stunned. The sword sovereign snorted coldly. He waved his sleeve, and the long sword in front of him suddenly bloomed with a blazing light. Then, a sword light quickly slashed forward. The seventh elder and Juchin of the Divine Bird Palace were hit by the sword light. They immediately retreated, and the void cracked. However, balls of black flames strangely rose from their bodies, forming a defense that blocked the sword light. Therefore, they were not fatally injured. The two of them landed on the ground and stared straight ahead. "You two stupid birds dare to come and snatch my things?" the sword sovereign said with disdain. The seventh elder gritted his teeth and looked very serious. "No matter what, we will not let you take the peerless divine weapon away today." Behind them, Duan Tianqing saw this scene and was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed wildly. "Good, good, good. Fellow Taoists of the Divine Bird Palace, why don't we join forces?" He could not fight against the sword sovereign, and it seemed that the two of them could not succeed either. Therefore, he thought of joining forces. 3 Eighth Heaven Venerables should be able to fight against the sword sovereign. Chapter 12:13. All right. The 7 elders quickly nodded at Duan Tianqing's suggestion. As long as they could stop the sword venerable and get the peerless weapon, it didn't matter who they joined forces with. "Be careful, that kid is very strange." Duan Tianqing came to the 7th elder's side and glanced in Lin Xian's direction. However, Lin Xian merely shrugged his shoulders and left the sword vault. The sword still belonged to the sword venerable, so he wouldn't make a move. Thus he left the battle. The sword venerable was expressionless when he saw Lin Xian leave, but Duan Tianqing and the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's strength wasn't inferior to theirs. If they really wanted to fight, there would be a lot of trouble. Now that he had left, it couldn't be better for them. In the next moment, the 3 of them formed a triangle and rushed toward the sword venerable. "It seems that I haven't fought for a long time, and the world has forgotten about this old man." The sword venerable said slowly, "All right, I'll show you what a peerless weapon is today." With that, the sword venerable's aura became stronger and stronger. The light in his eyes was like a peerless sword that tore through the void. With a clang, it was as if a sword had been unsheathed and the entire sky trembled. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword chi flew forward like a thunderbolt. As soon as the sword chi appeared, the surrounding cultivators all fell to the ground, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. With their strength, they couldn't resist the sword chi from the sword venerable. Duan Tianqing and the other 2 were the first to bear the brunt. Their expressions changed as they sensed danger. "I, the unique and righteous!" Duan Tianqing roared, and his body glowed brightly, forming a very thick defense that enveloped him. Beside him, the 7th elder and Juchin didn't dare to be careless. They quickly circulated their spirit energy and formed a huge, 3-headed vermilion blood bird that covered their bodies. In the face of this terrifying sword, they had no choice but to use their strongest defense. The terrifying sword chi fell from the sky like the Milky Way, shattering the void wherever it passed. In the next moment, it slashed at Duan Tianqing and the other two, sending them flying. The green light on Duan Tianqing's body and the shadow of the divine bird on Seventh Elder's body rapidly cracked under the attack of the sword aura. The three of them felt their qi and blood churning. Many parts of their bodies were cut open by the sword qi. However, the three of them were Eighth Heaven Venerables, after all. Furthermore, the three of them were very powerful when they joined forces. In the end, they successfully resisted the sword. However, they weren't happy at all because the single sword Venerable had only moved his finger. He hadn't even taken out his weapon. Yet, he had already created such a power. This was not good news for them. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a dignified expression. As expected of a sword venerable, he was indeed terrifying. Although he didn't have much time left, he could still display such a terrifying combat strength. It was really shocking. However, Lin Xian's attention was quickly diverted. Under the perception of the dragon's sword soul, Lin Xian seemed to find that something was summoning him. His gaze shifted from the battlefield in front of him to the gigantic heaven and earth smelt in the sky. That feeling seemed to be coming from the huge furnace. The huge furnace was extremely magical. Countless lava waterfalls fell from the entrance, forming a magnificent scene. The temperature was extremely terrifying. Even Seventh Heaven Venerables didn't dare to go near it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the fire used by the peerless figures in the past to refine weapons. A fire that could refine a peerless divine weapon was definitely extraordinary. "Kid, what are you looking at?" The dark red divine dragon asked from the side. "I feel that there's something in the furnace." "Something?" Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon became excited. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get it. That fire isn't easy to deal with." Lin Xian expressed his worries. "What's the problem? Don't you have the 1,000-beast cauldron? Just absorb all the fire." "All right, this fire is good stuff. It'll be very helpful for you to refine weapons." "Use the 1,000-beast cauldron?" Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, he would have to pay a huge price to use that thing. However, in the end, he sighed. All right, because he really had no other choice now. Therefore, he quickly communicated with Zero. However, to his surprise, Zero didn't make any other requests this time. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief because the price of using the 1,000-beast cauldron was too great. If he could avoid it, he wouldn't use it. However, he didn't expect that there would be an exception this time. Soon, Lin Xian seemed to have figured it out. The fire in the furnace that day was probably also beneficial to the 1,000-beast cauldron. Since he had the support of the 1,000-beast cauldron, Lin Xian didn't delay any longer and quickly soared into the sky. His actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's Lin Xian doing? Why is he flying into the sky? Does he want to interfere too? That shouldn't be. That's not the direction of the battlefield. It looks like he's flying towards the huge furnace in the sky. No way. What's there to investigate about that furnace? Moreover, I'm afraid that even Seventh Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to go near that temperature. The group of people discussed animatedly, unable to understand. They didn't even think that it was a peerless divine weapon because they had already determined that the sword in front of the sword reverend was a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they didn't think that there was anything in the earth furnace that could surpass a peerless divine weapon. Not only were the surrounding cultivators puzzled, but even Duan Tianqing and the other two were very surprised. However, they were still paying special attention to Lin Xian's actions. Damn it, what's that brought up to now? The seventh elder quickly sent a voice transmission while dodging the sword qi from the sword reverend. Who knows? Ignore him. I've already investigated that heaven and earth furnace. Even 8th Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to go in. No matter how strong that brat is, he can't possibly avoid those flames. Hearing this, the 7th Elder and Zhu Chen relaxed. Therefore, the three of them joined forces and quickly attacked the Sword Reverend. Under normal circumstances, the three of them wouldn't be able to defeat the Sword Reverend even if they joined forces. However, the black flames on the seventh elder and Zhu Chen's bodies were very strange. They actually resisted the sword chi from the Sword Reverend. Therefore, the current stalemate was created. The Sword Reverend's face was also gloomy. He originally didn't care about the 3/8 Heaven Venerables, but the black flames on their bodies were too strange. He had to be careful. These black flames seemed to have the aura of the heavenly Netherbird. When did these two from the Divine Bird Palace have a connection with the heavenly Netherbird? The Sword Reverend's eyes flashed. He was very confused. The strength of the heavenly Netherbird was obvious to all. Even if the Sword Reverend was at his peak, he might not be able to contend against it, let alone now. However, the two people in front of him clearly had the flames that only the heavenly Netherbird possessed. He had to be careful. Chapter 12:14. No one stopped him. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Xian. He was very fast and arrived near the furnace in an instant. Then he flipped his palm, and the 1,000-beast cauldron appeared in the void. With a low shout, Lin Xian injected his spirit power into the 1,000-beast cauldron. Then, the small black cauldron released a black glow. The birds and beasts on it swam continuously as if they were about to come to life. A powerful devouring force surged out and surged towards the flame furnace. Boom! Suddenly the void trembled. Countless flames surged and spread in the sky. They seemed to be attracted by something and gathered towards the 1,000-beast cauldron. What? He wants to absorb those flames? Is he crazy? No way. Even an 8th heaven supremacy would avoid those flames. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't resist those flames. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. However, Duan Tianqing and the rest sneered. This kid is really digging his own grave. I was still thinking of how to deal with him, but now he's courting death. That's even better. He'll be burned to death by those flames. We won't have to do anything. No one could understand Lin Xian's actions. They all thought that he was playing with fire. However, the dark red divine dragon, Zhao Shui, and Murong Qingqing were very calm because they knew Lin Xian's methods. Indeed, the terrifying flames in the sky did not burn Lin Xian. Instead, they were all sucked into the 1,000-beast cauldron in his hand. Not a single one was left. In the huge furnace in the sky, the lava gradually decreased, gradually revealing the situation inside. There were countless fragments in the furnace. They were probably all scrap metal from failed weapon refinement. However, amidst the debris, a faint green glow could be seen. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw that green glow. He could sense that the aura that he had sensed previously was emitted by that green glow. It's not enough. Absorb more. Lin Xian continued to push the 1,000-beast cauldron to absorb the flames inside. The green glow in front became brighter and brighter. In the end, even the ordinary cultivators could see it. Oh my God, what is that? Green glow. Is there really a treasure in that furnace? How could this be? How did that kid know? The group of people was extremely shocked. Duan Tianqing and the other two had gloomy expressions. They hadn't expected Ling Xian to be able to absorb the flames. What shocked them even more was that there were other treasures within the flames. Although he still didn't know what the treasure was, it must be something extraordinary to be able to exist in such a huge furnace. As the flames in the furnace decreased, everyone could finally see what the green light was. It was a long sword. Its entire body was green, like an emerald, sparkling and translucent. The green long sword stood among the thousands of pieces of scrap metal. It was like a star, shining brightly. A peerless divine weapon. When Lin Xian saw the dark green sword, these words suddenly appeared in his mind. This was because he could feel an unusually sharp aura from it. As the flames dwindled and the green light grew brighter, Lin Xian became more and more certain that the Sword Venerable's sword was not a peerless divine weapon, and this green long sword in front of him could very well be the true peerless, godly weapon. Even the Sword Sovereign had noticed this. Suddenly, the Sword Sovereign sighed. He had already obtained a treasured sword. According to the rules of this place, he couldn't lay his hands on other treasured swords. Therefore, even if the green sword was a peerless divine weapon, he was probably not fated to obtain it. Duan Tianqing and the others were even more shocked. They gave up on attacking the Sword Sovereign and stared at the dark green sword above them. A peerless divine weapon. That's the true peerless divine weapon. Duan Tianqing roared excitedly. The seventh elder and Zhu Chen's faces darkened. They had been busy for half a day, risking their lives to fight the Sword Sovereign. In the end, they realized that the sword in their opponent's hand wasn't a peerless divine weapon, and their true target was in the sky. This made them want to vomit blood. However, it wasn't too late now. Since the peerless divine weapon had appeared, they had to obtain it. Only then could they complete the mission given to them by the Heaven Netherbird. The two of them let out a long howl as they rose from the ground and quickly flew towards the sky. They had to snatch the green treasured sword before Lin Xian did. However, just as they approached the green sword, their faces changed and they dodged to the side. Because the green sword felt threatened, it immediately began to hum. A dark green light shot into the sky as if it wanted to split the world in half. The sword chi was too terrifying. The sky couldn't withstand it. The terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. At this moment, they realized that this aura was exactly the same as the one they had felt in the outside world. Without a doubt, this green sword was a peerless divine weapon. The seventh elder and Zhu Chen's hearts beat wildly as they looked at the sword chi. They had almost been split in half by the sword chi. Fortunately, the Heaven Netherbird had left behind black flames to protect them. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. However, what made them feel at ease was that after the jade-green treasured sword unleashed a shocking attack, it once again regained its calm, as if it had fallen silent. Seeing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Chen didn't delay any longer and quickly attacked again. Behind him, Duan Tianqing also roared and charged over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and shot out several beams of sword chi toward Duan Tianqing, the seventh elder, and the others. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Below, Sword Venerable didn't attack. He looked at the sky and then took a deep breath before returning to the deity, Sword Villa's side. This scene shocked everyone. They didn't expect Sword Venerable to give up. Even the deity Sword Villa's people were confused. They asked in unison, "Elder Sword Venerable, are you really not going to fight for that peerless divine sword?" "Yes, with elder strength. You'll definitely get it if you attack." However, Sword Venerable shook his head slightly. "Fate has already decided. We can't force it. The rules here are very firm. Don't resist. Otherwise, it might cause a hopeless disaster." Hearing this, the deity Sword Villa's disciples fell silent. They knew Sword Venerable very well. He was an extremely ancient existence. Since he said this, he must have his reasons. "Don't worry. Although that peerless divine weapon is good, it's a double-edged sword. Obtaining it will increase our strength greatly, but it will also bring us endless trouble. Moreover, I feel that this sword is indeed extraordinary. According to my estimation, there should be an earth-rank fragment in it." "What? Earth-rank fragment?" Chapter 12:15. Since the Sword Venerable had spoken, the deity Sword Villa did not participate in the fight for the divine weapon. Hence, they retreated to the side and watched quietly. Although the other people around also had the same idea, they were not strong enough to fight against the flames in the sky. Hence, no one dared to act rashly. In an instant, only Lin Xian and the other three were left in the sky. "Kid, I have to say that you're really lucky to have found an exceptional divine weapon." But your luck has come to an end because you can't get this exceptional divine weapon. It's destined to be mine." Duan Tianqing's voice was filled with excitement. On the other side, the seventh elder also said coldly, "Kid, we won't let you get the exceptional sword." Faced with the three people's interception, Lin Xian did not say anything and directly used the dragon catcher hand. Spiritual energy surged and drew out two true dragons. They circled around each other and formed a huge hand that quickly grabbed forward. The dragon catcher hand was said to be able to capture true dragons. At this moment, Lin Xian used it to grab the exceptional divine sword in front of him. Seeing Lin Xian make a move, Duan Tianqing and the other two finally could not hold it in anymore. The three of them quickly charged toward Lin Xian. The three of them were very fast, like lightning. Terrifying light rays were like sabers and sword shadows that quickly swept forward. Duan Tianqing's murderous aura soared into the sky. He quickly threw out the Overlord fist, as if he wanted to punch Lin Xian to death. On the other side, the seventh elder and Zhu Qin joined forces and threw out two huge claws. They emitted a monstrous, murderous aura as they quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The three of them were 8th level supremacies. At this moment, they attacked with all their might. However, in the face of such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian was expressionless. He only made one move, which was to grab the 1,000-beast cauldron in his hand and swing it forward. Buzz! The absorbed flames in the 1,000-beast cauldron also surged out quickly. The sea of fire filled the sky. The terrifying flames burned space and time. Countless sea of fire spread and formed waves. In an instant, the attacks from the three of them were burned to ashes in the sea of fire. Not only that, the flames were like illusions of dragons that quickly rushed toward the three of them and enveloped them. "Ah, damn it, break for me!" Duan Tianqing roared madly. His body glowed brightly as he tried to break free from the terrifying flames. However, they had underestimated these flames. These flames were used by ancient powerhouses to refine peerless weapons. No one below the king level dared to touch them. It was only because Lin Xian had the 10,000 beast cauldron that he dared to try and subdue it. The seventh elder and the 8th elder roared madly. Black lines appeared on their bodies and quickly crawled all over their bodies. Then a ball of black flames burned fiercely and enveloped them, quickly resisting the sea of fire that filled the sky. It was fine without the black flames, but as soon as the black flames appeared, the sea of fire seemed to be enraged. Suddenly, an incomparable radiance blossomed. More and more flames converged toward the two of them, and even Duan Tianqing felt the pressure lessen significantly. Damn it, why is it like this? Seeing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Chen's faces turned extremely ugly. They had only wanted to use the black flames to resist, but they had not expected such an unforeseen event to occur. It was too late for them to withdraw now. This was because the surrounding flames had already completely covered them. If they withdrew the black flames now, the surrounding sea of fire would burn them to ashes. However, if they did not withdraw the black flames, they would attract more and more sea of fire. This was simply a situation of certain death. Therefore, the two of them were destined to die. In the end, they were mercilessly burned to ashes by the sea of fire, leaving nothing behind. Duan Tianqing was lucky enough to escape with his life, but one of his arms was also burned to ashes. 3 great 8th level curses, 2 dead and 1 injured. This scene shocked everyone. In particular, the cultivators from the deity Sword Villa were terrified. Fortunately, their Sword Venerable did not make a move. Otherwise, they would not have ended up well either. In the next moment, everyone looked at the figure in the sky with a horrified expression. This was too shocking. He had directly burned 2 8th level supremacies to death. Probably no one would dare to provoke Lin Xian now, let alone have any ideas about the peerless sword. To be honest, Lin Xian was also very surprised by this result. This was because he could feel the power of this flame, which could threaten an 8th level supremacies. However, it was impossible to completely burn them to death at that time. Of course, this was also the fault of the 2 people from the Divine Bird Palace. They used the black flames to attract the endless sea of fire, which caused this scene. However, this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. At least now, no one dared to stop him from obtaining the peerless sword. In the next moment, Lin Xian activated the 1,000 Beast Cauldron and put the dark green sword into the cauldron. After doing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. With a flash, Lin Xian returned to the side of Zhao Shui and the others. After taking away the peerless sword, there was no point in staying here any longer. Therefore, he wanted to leave. However, the others did not think so. There were still many treasured swords in the place where the sword was hidden. They were all good things. They still wanted to try. Murong Qingqing did not leave either because many warriors in her family had not obtained any treasured swords yet. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left first, while the others searched for opportunities here. Lin Xian, where are we going? Zhao Shui asked. Just now, she had also obtained a half-earth level treasure. Although she did not use a sword, she could still get a lot of spirit stones after selling it outside. Let's find a safe place to rest. I want to take a look at the peerless sword over there. Previously, Lin Xian had only put it away and did not look at it carefully. Now that he had time, he must study it carefully. Soon, they found an empty hall, and then the dark red divine dragon set up a defensive array. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the 1,000 Beast Cauldron again. Suddenly, a hot aura gushed out from the 1,000 Beast Cauldron, accompanied by a sharp edge. A dark green long sword slowly appeared and floated in the void. It was like a dark green gem, incomparably deep. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there were countless small cracks on the sword. Not only that, the dark green sword was broken. 1/3 of the sword's tip was missing. It could be said that it was broken beyond repair. However, the aura emitted from it was unusually sharp, far surpassing that of a half-earth level treasure. Even the Lone Star sword could not compare. The dark red divine dragon also looked carefully from the side, then said slowly, "This should be an earth-level treasure, but it is very broken now." "What? You mean this is an earth-level treasure?" Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this peerless sword to have such a terrifying origin. He had seen the power of an earth-level treasure before. One had to know that the 1,000 Beast Cauldron was an earth-level treasure. Its power was definitely not something they could imagine. Chapter 12:16. However, unlike the 10,000 Beast Cauldron, this sword was severely damaged, so its power was greatly reduced. It was impossible for it to display the true power of an Earth-tier treasure. However, compared to a normal half-Earth tier treasure, it was still much stronger. To the side, Zhao Shui also used her void sky eyes to observe carefully. She then said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid this sword cannot be used carelessly." "Oh, what did you find?" "There is not much energy left inside. It is barely enough to keep it from breaking. If this energy is released, I'm afraid the entire sword will break. At that time, this Earth-tier treasure will also break. So that's how it is." Lin Xian was shocked. Zhao Shui's eye technique was unparalleled, so this information should be accurate. Then how many times can this sword be used if I want to display the sword energy that connected the heaven and earth? Around 3 times. Zhao Shui carefully observed. 3 times. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. It should be enough. "What do you want to do with it?" Zhao Shui asked. "This sword is very powerful. It would be a waste to use it against normal martial artists. What do you think about using it against the heavenly netherbird?" "You want to deal with the heavenly netherbird?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Shui was very surprised. The terror of the heavenly netherbird was obvious to all. Even a king-level expert might not be able to take it down. But now, Lin Xian wanted to make a move against it. This was very shocking. However, when she thought of Ling Xian's various actions, Zhao Shui felt relieved. However, there was one thing that she was very confused about. Could this sword really hurt the heavenly netherbird? I don't know if it can hurt it, but one thing is for sure. The heavenly netherbird is very wary of this sword. Otherwise, it would not have sent 2 people from the divine bird palace to steal it. With this sword, the power to deal with the heavenly netherbird would be a lot stronger. The next step was to find the key to the star chain. If he had it in his hand, the heavenly netherbird would be even more wary. Of course, they couldn't let those people break the array. Otherwise, they would be in danger when the heaven netherbird came in. Next, Lin Xian tried to find a way to control the sword. This treasured sword was completely dark green in color. It floated in the air, and on the hilt of the sword, the 2 words Tsang Song were carved. The Ashen Pine Sword. Could it be that this treasured sword was the weapon used by the peerless powerhouse in the past? When Lin Xian saw these 2 words, his heart also burned with passion. This powerhouse named Tsang Song was able to suppress even the heavenly netherbird back then. One could imagine how powerful he was. The sword he had left behind was absolutely terrifying. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion as he reached for the Ashen Pine Sword. Normally, the Ashen Pine sword would flicker with light. Although its aura was fierce, it would always be concealed. However, the moment it received a threat from the outside world, the long sword would let out a hum, and dark green sword light would shoot up into the sky. Lin Xian used the phantom of the Red Lotus armor. Even so, he was still hurt by the sword qi. His blood and qi roiled, and cracks appeared on the phantom of the armor. This was only the sword qi emitted by the long sword. If it was controlled by someone else, it would probably be able to split open his Red Lotus armor. As expected of an Earth-rank treasure, it's really terrifying, Lin Xian exclaimed, other than the complete 10,000 beast cauldron. He didn't have anything else that could compete with the other party. Of course, the great dragon sword soul was an exception. Feeling the violent sword qi, Lin Xian immediately used the great dragon sword soul. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword shadows flew forward, emitting deep dragon roars and sword cries. It was amazing. When the sword qi condensed by the great dragon sword soul wrapped around the Ashen Pine sword, the latter no longer went berserk. Instead, it calmed down. Seeing this, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The great dragon sword soul was indeed an offensive saint art. It was extremely mysterious. Even the powerful Earth-rank treasure sword could only calm down in front of it. Taking a deep breath, countless dragon-shaped sword qi wrapped around his palm. Then Lin Xian grabbed forward. In the next moment, he grabbed the Ashen Pine sword in his hand. This time, the Ashen Pine sword did not resist. He circulated his spiritual energy slightly and poured it into the Ashen Pine sword. Then the Ashen Pine sword bloomed. Countless green sword qi surged out and instantly dyed the palace green. Success! Seeing this, Zhao Shui also breathed a sigh of relief. Next, they had to find the key to remove the nebula chain. After removing the formation, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left the remote palace. Not long after they left, they encountered many warriors. The Shen family was leading them. When the people from the Shen family saw Lin Xian, their eyes lit up. They had no choice. Now, everyone knew that the peerless divine weapon was in Lin Xian's hands. That was a peerless divine weapon. It was something left behind by an ancient expert. One could imagine how precious it was. If anyone obtained it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. They could even bring their family to a higher level. This was especially so for the sovereign families. They had to obtain it. So now they looked at Lin Xian with envy. When Lin Xian saw these people, He knew what they were thinking. He immediately snorted. Suddenly, an extremely dark green sword chi appeared behind him. The green sword chi emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was like the might of a king. Boom! Feeling this terrifying aura, the warriors in front suddenly trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was as if they were not facing a sword, but an extremely terrifying king. In an instant, the 9th, 11th, and 13th young masters all turned pale. This was especially so for the 9th young master. Other than fear, there was also a strong sense of jealousy in his eyes. Of course, under such circumstances, he did not dare to do anything. The elders and elders of the Shin family were all shocked when they saw the scene. How is this possible? How long has it been? He can already control such a peerless divine weapon? They were simply too shocked. Although peerless divine weapons were powerful, they were not easy to subdue. This was especially true for weapons passed down from ancient times. Some even needed to be refined again. Therefore, in their opinion, although Lin Xian had obtained the peerless divine weapon, he would not be able to control it in a short period of time. This gave them a chance. If they planned carefully, they might be able to snatch the peerless divine weapon back from him. But now they had completely given up. This was because, from the current situation, Lin Xian had already controlled the peerless divine weapon. Otherwise, he would not have been able to emit that kind of sword chi. This made them extremely shocked. They could not understand how Lin Xian had managed to subdue the peerless divine weapon in such a short period of time. Chapter 12:17. Young Master, let's retreat first. The Shun cult's elder quickly advised. He was afraid that the 9th young master and the rest would rush forward. All right. Facing the terrifying sword Dao Qi, the 9th young master and the rest did not dare to take the risk. They immediately led the group away. Seeing the Shun family's cultivators leave, the surrounding cultivators felt as if they were dreaming. The King family had been scared away without even making a move. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. The King family was the top force in the Tianwu continent. They were existences that everyone could only look up to. But now, someone had used his aura to scare away the King family. This was the dream of every cultivator. However, Lin Xian was probably the only one who could do such a thing. Seeing the Shun family leave, Lin Xian felt great. Once upon a time, the King family was like a mountain that he could only look up to. But now he had grown to the point where he could fight against the King family. Of course, he knew that the King family was terrifying and could not only be this strong. But in the remote sky secret realm, he was not afraid of anyone. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he looked around and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I want to remind you that we are not enemies. There is no need to fight to the death the moment we meet. Our common enemy is the heavenly nether bird. Don't forget that if we can't find a way in a month, the heavenly nether bird will appear and none of us will be able to survive." Hearing this, many cultivators' faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. That's right. They had only been fighting for treasures and had forgotten that they were still in danger. They were still under the threat of the heavenly nether bird. In a month's time, the heavenly nether bird would appear. The heavenly nether bird was extremely terrifying. None of them would be able to stop it. When the heavenly nether bird appeared, they would have no way to survive. Seeing everyone's pale faces, Lin Xian said again, "Of course, you don't have to be so emotional. As long as we find the Star Chain's key, there might be a glimmer of hope." The Star Chain's key. That's right. The heavenly nether bird was bound by the mysterious Star Chain. As long as they found the Star Chain's key, they would have the qualifications to negotiate with the heavenly nether bird. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes regained their luster. Many of them clenched their fists and swore to find the key to the Star Chains. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone's emotions had been roused. The pine hall was actually quite big. If it was just Lin Xian searching by himself, it might have taken a lot of effort. However, things were different now. With so many people searching together, it wouldn't take long for them to find the location of the stellar key. This way, it would save him the trouble of looking for it. When the time came, he would only need to break the array formation. Sure enough, in the following days, other than searching for treasures, they also set off a trend of searching. Because this matter was closely related to everyone's lives, no one dared to be careless. In the end, after everyone's hard work, they ruled out other places and finally locked onto 2 places. These 2 places were completely different. One was in the north and the other was in the south. The only thing they had in common was that these 2 places were protected by powerful spirit arrays. They should be the core of the entire Deep Pine Palace. The one in the south was called the Pine Tree Pavilion, and the one in the north was called the Star Pavilion. This news was like a hurricane that instantly spread throughout the entire Pine Palace. In an instant, everyone knew about it. However, these people didn't make a move. Instead, they began to discuss intensely. This was because they didn't have much time left. Moreover, the spirit arrays were so powerful that with their strength, they could only break through one place. As such, it was extremely important to break through the spirit arrays. Many people chose the Star Pavilion because, from its name, it was obvious that this pavilion was related to the stellar chains. It was very likely that the key to the stellar chains was hidden inside. Once they had the key, they would have the qualifications to negotiate with the heavenly Netherbird. However, there were others who didn't think so. As far as they were concerned, whether or not they could break the astral chains was meaningless to them. This was because even if the heavenly Netherbird had the stellar chains, they couldn't contend with it with their strength. As such, breaking through the stellar chains was extremely unimportant. Instead, it was the other pavilion that attracted their attention. The Pine Tree Pavilion. This place was called the Pine Palace, and the sword that Lin Xian obtained was also called the Pine Tree Pavilion. It was obvious that the name Pine Tree was the name of the ancient powerhouse. Since the pavilion was named Pine Tree, it could be said to be the most important place in the entire Pine Palace. Presumably, there was a spirit array defense room that controlled the entire Big Dipper Formation. Moreover, according to these people's estimates, the Pine Palace didn't only have a spirit array defense room. There were also other treasures, such as cultivation techniques and secret manuals. This was because, after searching for so long in the Pine Palace, they had obtained many heavenly treasures and even weapons. However, they hadn't obtained any cultivation techniques. Thinking about it, those cultivation methods should be hidden in this Pine Palace. As such, these people desperately wanted to enter the Pine Palace. In an instant, the people were divided into 2 factions, and they fought endlessly. Those who supported breaking through the Pine Tree Pavilion were the Palace of War and the Shen clan, the 2 sovereign clans. There were also the Divine Bird Palace and many other rank 6 sects. Those who supported the Star Pavilion were the Morone clan and the Merry Forest. There were also many rank 6 clans supporting them. It could be said that both sides were evenly matched and no one could convince the other. In the end, these people decided to split up. The Palace of War and the Shin clan led a group of warriors to the Pine Palace in the south. The Morone clan and the Merry Forest teamed up to break through the Star Pavilion in the north. After Lin Xian heard this news, he narrowed his eyes. However, in the end, he chose to go to the Star Pavilion. This was because even if they found the Spirit Array Defense Room, they wouldn't be able to stop the Heavenly Netherbird. If that was the case, it would be better to find the key to break through the star chain. Lin Xian brought the dark red divine dragon and flew towards the Star Pavilion with Zhao Shui. Not long after, they saw a blue pagoda. The pagoda was tall and majestic. The material on the outside was like the stars, shining brightly. Not only that, they also saw a complicated spirit array that covered the entire Star Pavilion. In other words, they could only enter if they broke through the spirit array. Everyone, we can only break through the spirit array if we work together. Murong Qingqing's expression was very serious. After that, the Murong clan and the Merry Forest sent out spirit array masters. They worked together with other warriors who were proficient in spirit arrays and began to research a common way to break through the spirit array. Chapter 12:18. At the same time, the God of War Palace and the Shin family also arrived at the Pine Pavilion in the north. It was a very simple and unadorned pavilion. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura, as well as a terrifying pressure. That kind of pressure even surpassed that of a king. This made these people very excited. A secret manual left behind by an ancient expert was definitely a rare treasure. If they could obtain one or two of it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Thinking of this, these people were also excited and quickly formed a team to crack it. In an instant, both sides were in full swing. On the Star Pavilion's side, the dark red dragon held his chin and continued to study. Lin Xian's expression was also serious as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that this array is not inferior to the Big Dipper array outside." Indeed, it is not as simple as the Big Dipper array outside. The dark red dragon nodded. But this time our situation is better because we still have enough time. Although they were under threat now, they still had a month's time. They were not like last time when they were under the Heaven Netherbird's feet. They believed that with the dark red dragon's ability, they should be able to crack it. If that's the case, then we won't delay any longer. Lin Xian stopped his work and said loudly, "Everyone, how is your research going? This array is too exquisite, as expected of an ancient array. Yeah, I have never seen such a profound array in my life. It will be very difficult to crack it. Why don't you let me think about it?" The group of array masters looked troubled. Indeed, with their strength, it was too difficult to crack this ancient array. However, they all looked at Lin Xian and said, "Kid, how did you enter the Big Dipper array last time?" "Yeah, we couldn't even crack that array." "How did you get in? Are you an array master? Or do you have an array master with you?" Everyone looked at Lin Xian with suspicion. However, Lin Xian smiled. "I do have an array master with me. If you can listen to his orders, you might be able to crack this array quickly." "What? There really is an array master. Where is he? Hurry and ask him to come out. This old man must learn well from him." The group of formation grandmasters were all excited. It couldn't be helped. The other party was an array formation grandmaster that could break the Big Dipper formation. His strength far surpassed theirs. If they could befriend such a person, perhaps their array formation standards would increase greatly. This was an opportunity that might not be encountered even in 100 years. Therefore, these people were abnormally excited. "All right, Ruffian Dragon, it's your turn," Lin Xian said as he waved his hand. "All right, I'll reluctantly teach them." The dark red dragon walked out with its head held high and its chest puffed out. "Since you have sincerely asked for my guidance, this emperor will be merciful and tell you. That's right, I am that formation master." Puff! Hearing this, everyone's saliva sprayed out, especially those array masters. All of them widened their eyes and their beards curled up. "Brat, you dare to tease this old man." "Damned snake! How dare you take advantage of me?" The group of formation masters stomped their feet in anger. Seeing this scene, the dark red dragon was also unhappy. A group of ignorant humans. This is really infuriating. You don't cherish such a good opportunity. Seeing so many array masters arguing with a snake, the surrounding people were all stunned. "Lin Xian, what the hell are you doing?" The elders were also very confused. However, Lin Xian shrugged, pointed at the dark red dragon, and said, "I told you, this is the formation master you're looking for." Hearing this, those array masters were so angry that their noses became crooked. Fine. I want to see what kind of tricks a snake can play. Brat, I'm really angry. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for not letting you go. A snake knows about formations? Are you dreaming? Don't tell me you haven't woken up yet? The group of people didn't believe it. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Then it turned around and pointed at the formation in front of it. Do you know what formation this is? This is the Migres Flight Formation. This formation has a total of 124 variations. Among them, there are only 2 life gates. The other places are all death grounds. If you take a wrong step, you'll be doomed eternally. Moreover, this formation absorbs the power of the stars and contains the 5 elements art. It can be said to be very complicated. It's not something you people can understand. The dark red dragon's words silenced those array masters, and the surrounding warriors looked at each other. Judging from the other party's boastful manner, it didn't seem like a liar. Could it really be an array master? But how was that possible? A snake was actually an array master? They couldn't accept this. Those array masters were very shocked because what the dark red dragon said was completely correct. They had never even heard of some of them. Then, what method do you have to crack it? An old man asked in a trembling voice. Use the twin yin-yang formation and the reverse 5 elements art to crack it. The dark red dragon said snappily, I reckon you don't know these 2 things at all. You might not even have heard of them. This time, those array masters didn't mock it. Instead, they were shocked. Then they all screamed, What? The twin yin-yang formation? That's a lost formation. You really know the twin yin-yang formation? Those old men were very excited. They only knew the reverse 5 elements art, and the twin yin-yang formation was only heard of in legends. But they had never seen it before. Now, there was actually a snake that knew the twin yin-yang formation. They couldn't help but be shocked and puzzled at the same time. The dark red dragon curled its lips, then stretched out its dragon claws and waved them in the air. Suddenly, 2 balls of black and white gas appeared on the dragon claws. They kept spinning and finally formed a yin-yang image. That's right. It's really the twin yin-yang formation. This scene is exactly the same as in the legends. Great God, you're really a great God. Senior, I've offended you just now. Please don't take offense. Great God, are you still taking in disciples? What do you think of me? It's okay if you don't take in disciples. I can be your underling. I can even serve tea. At this moment, a group of array formation masters had gathered around the dark red divine dragon and were shrieking. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. That was an array master. He was an existence that all the major forces treated like a guest of honor. Normally, he was also highly respected. But now, they didn't look like masters at all. They looked like a group of children. The elders from the Moron clan and Mary would twitch their mouths. Chapter 12:19. All right, stop arguing. Line up properly. The dark red dragon god waved his hand impatiently. All right, great God, we'll listen to you. Instantly, the array masters lined up neatly. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's jaws dropped even further. Were they still array masters? Why did it feel like they were more obedient than the disciples? It was not that they did not understand, but the world was changing too quickly. The dark red dragon god nodded in satisfaction. He then waved his hand and said, Next, I'll assign you a task. You must complete it well. If I'm satisfied, I can teach you a thing or 2. Really? Hearing this, the array masters were excited. Great God, don't worry. We promised to complete the task. All right, let's cut to the chase. The dark red dragon god commanded. You, stand in the direction of the fire gate. You, stand in the direction of the water gate. You, stand in the direction of the earth gate. The dark red dragon god commanded quickly, very quickly. The array masters stood in different positions. Next, use the reverse 5 elements technique to break it. I'll use the twin yin-yang formation to help you. With that, the dark red dragon god waved his dragon claws and formed a black and white array. In the next moment, the array masters worked together and quickly broke it. As time passed, the chi in the entire hidden sky secret realm became tense. This was because they did not have much time left. Soon, the heavenly netherbird would break the Big Dipper 7 stars formation outside and enter the Pine Palace. When that time came, it would be their doomsday. As for whether they could stop the heavenly netherbird, it would depend on their luck. At the Pine Palace, the array masters from the God of War Palace and the Shen family led a group of people to quickly study it. However, they did not make any substantial progress. Up ahead, a group of formation masters surrounded the extremely profound formation and sighed incessantly. Some of them even pulled out their hair. "How is it? Still no clue?" Duan Tianqing asked. At this moment he was still tall and straight, but his empty sleeve was a little desolate. This was the arm that was burned off in the battle with Lin Xian. Although he still had an undying golden pill, he did not dare to use it, because he still had to face the heavenly netherbird. He had to save his life at the last moment. Therefore, this arm had not grown out yet. However, it was clear that Duan Tianqing was not in the mood to care about his arm. He stared straight ahead and asked about the array formation. The array master from the Palace of Ares shook his head and sighed. "It's not that we don't want to break it, but we really don't have a clue. This array is too profound. It's an ancient array. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to break it. But don't worry, we found some clues. We should be able to take action in a few days." "Okay, you have to hurry. You must break the formation before the heaven's serene bird comes in," Duan Tianqing said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, we won't joke around with our lives. However, whether or not it can be broken will depend on the will of the heavens." The array master from the Palace of Gods of War sighed. Then he walked forward and continued his research. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere at Deep Pine Hall, the Star Pavilion on the other side was in full swing. Under the lead of the dark red divine dragon, a group of array masters began to crack the array. Soon, they were able to break through the formation like a hot knife through butter. "Haha, great God, you're too strong. You can even break such an ancient array." "That's right, Senior. I have a whole new level of respect for you. I didn't expect your technique to be so exquisite. I didn't expect it to be like this. I feel like I've wasted all these years." The group of array masters was very excited. They were as excited as children. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon was proud. "Not bad, not bad. You've all done well. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you." With the dark red divine dragon's command, Lin Xian and the rest didn't have to do anything. They just quietly cultivated. After all, no one knew what was going on in the Star Pavilion. It had been 7 days since they started to crack the array. They had also cracked more than half of the array in front of them. After another 3 days, the array in front of them was finally broken. "Ha ha ha ha! It's finally broken." The dark red divine dragon was like an old monster as he roared nonstop. The array masters also waved their fists in excitement. "Godly skill, it's really godly. Oh my God! I actually cracked the ancient array with my own hands. I'm not dreaming, am I? Just this experience alone is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life." The array masters were too excited. The people around them were even more shocked. They didn't expect to crack the ancient array in just 10 days. This was much better than they had expected. "Since it's cracked, let's go in." Lin Xian stood up. His eyes were shining. After that, the group of people carefully moved forward. At the same time, there was good news from the Pine Pavilion. "Everyone, we finally found a way to crack it. I believe that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to crack it." One of the array masters roared excitedly. It wasn't easy. They had thought about it for 10 days, and their hair had turned white. Finally, they came up with a solution. Duan Tianqing and the others were also excited. They said anxiously, "No matter what method we use, we must break the array. If you have any requests, just tell us. We will definitely help you." They were too excited because not only was there an array control room inside the Pine Pavilion, but there were also countless cultivation technique manuals. Those were the real peerless treasures. Not only could they enjoy them, but they could also bring them back for their family disciples to learn and strengthen their family. Those idiots still want to crack the Star Pavilion. What's in there? How can it compare to the Pine Pavilion? That's right. Those are cultivation technique manuals left behind by an ancient powerhouse. If I can learn them, I will definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. Yan Feng gritted his teeth. Until now, he had not fully recovered from his injuries. It was all thanks to Lin Xian. Therefore, when he thought of that figure, he was filled with murderous intent. It was laughable that they didn't know that Lin Xian and the others had already entered the Star Pavilion. If they knew, they would probably be in the mood to cry. On the other side, Lin Xian led the group into the Star Pavilion. It had to be said that the Star Pavilion was indeed magical. After they entered, they found that they didn't believe in the pavilion at all. Beneath their feet and the ceiling were all blue. It was as if countless stars were twinkling in the sky. The surrounding walls were incomparably deep, and there were shooting stars streaking across from time to time. It was as if they had entered a boundless starry sky instead of a tall building. It's amazing. It's so beautiful. It's like a real starry sky. The group was amazed. Chapter 12:20. In the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as though a bolt of lightning flashed past. These stars don't seem ordinary. Lin Xian looked at the starry sky around him carefully and seemed to have realized something. Both of you try to feel it. Maybe you'll find something, Lin Xian said to Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui. The two of them believed in Lin Xian's words and tried to feel the starry sky around them carefully. You don't say I did find something, Murong Qingqing said as she blinked her beautiful eyes. Yeah, I also felt a mysterious power. Zhao Shui nodded. The dark red divine dragon also looked around and said, Kid, this place is very strange. It seems like there's only this space. You mean there's nothing else but this starry sky? Lin Xian asked. Yes, the entire Star Pavilion is filled with this starry sky. Other than that, there's nothing else. If we want to find the key to the star chain, we'll have to start from this starry sky. Soon, everyone knew about the mysteries of the starry sky. Then, some people were pleasantly surprised. They were happy because the space was very mysterious and had a mysterious power. As long as they tried to feel it, they might gain something. But they were worried because it would be difficult to find the key to the star chain in such a mysterious place. But no matter what, they had to give it a try. So, many people sat cross-legged and tried to feel the starry sky around them. Many people even tried to feel the existence of the key to the starry sky. Lin Xian put his hands behind his back and looked around. Looking at the boundless starry sky, he was filled with emotions. Gradually, his horizons were broadened, especially the meteors that flashed by. It reminded him of a sword move, meteors from the heavens. Could it be that the starry sky map here contains a martial arts technique? Lin Xian's heart jumped because he realized that the meteors were similar to his sword move. They were so fast and flashed by. They were dazzling, but short-lived. Maybe it's possible. Lin Xian kept looking. Gradually, he found some patterns in the meteors, as if the stars were moving along a certain path. The meteors seemed to have turned into swords, flying through the sky like a rain of swords. Gradually, Lin Xian entered a state of selflessness. Not only him, but Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui had also entered a mysterious state. Even the dark red dragon was grinning widely. Everyone seemed to have gained something from the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. On this day, Lin Xian suddenly awoke from his comprehension, and clarity returned to his eyes. Then he took a deep breath, and a boundless aura erupted from his body. It was like a sea of stars, incomparably deep. As Lin Xian moved, Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui also opened their eyes. I seem to have sensed a mysterious power of stars. I wonder what you guys have sensed? Murong Qingqing asked. Eyes of stars. Those eyes seemed to contain a mysterious power. Zhao Shui's eyes sparkled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, saw a sword technique. It was as vast as a sea of stars. What I saw was the Big Dipper formation. The dark red dragon also joined in. Hearing these different answers, everyone fell silent and fell into deep thought. It seems that the starry sky is even more mysterious than we thought. It can let us see different things. Moreover, these things are very suitable for us. Zhao Shui sighed. As expected of something left behind by an ancient, peerless powerhouse. It's really mysterious. Murong Qingqing was also very shocked. Lin Xian was a little worried because he still hadn't found any trace of the Stardust Chain Key. Was there really a Stardust Chain Key here? The surrounding people also had the same doubts. Although they had obtained many benefits, they still hadn't found the most important key. If you want to find the key, you have to walk out of this starry sky. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded. Walk out of this starry sky? How? Lin Xian was puzzled. That will depend on your own comprehension. After saying that, Zero went silent. My own comprehension and walk out of this starry sky? Hearing this, Lin Xian pondered. This starry sky was in the Star Pavilion. Walking out of the Star Pavilion meant walking out of this starry sky. However, Zero obviously didn't mean that. Moreover, it was impossible for there to be a key outside the Star Pavilion. In other words, if he had to walk out of this starry sky, he had to be in the Star Pavilion. Only then could he find the most important key. It seemed that there were other spaces in the Star Pavilion other than this starry sky. It was just that they hadn't been discovered yet. After figuring this out, Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword as he quickly scanned his surroundings. However, he only saw a boundless night sky. Everyone, I don't know if you have a way to walk out of this starry sky. In the end, Lin Xian told everyone about this so that they could collectively think of a way. In the following period of time, everyone tried to walk out of this starry sky. Some people ran madly in one direction, but in the end, they realized that they were still under this starry sky. It was as if this starry sky was boundless and was truly a vast universe. No, we can't run out at all. This starry sky can't be an independent space, right? If that's really the case, who knows how big this space is? I just flew for a while. With my speed, I can already fly out of the Pine Palace. However, I still can't fly out of this starry sky. Could this be a real starry sky? Everyone was extremely surprised because they couldn't think of a way to walk out of this starry sky. Of course, other than exiting the Star Pavilion. Even the older generation members of the King clans were frowning. Could it be that there's also a formation inside, similar to an illusion formation? Although we're running in one direction, under the effects of the formation, we're just going in circles on the spot. A formation master proposed such an idea. It's possible. This is definitely an illusion formation. Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement because this was the only way that made sense. However, the dark red divine dragon shook his head. It's not a formation because I don't feel the power of a formation. This should be an even more mysterious existence. Who was the dark red divine dragon? He was a formation master and the person who led them here. Therefore, they believed his words. Everyone believed him without a doubt. If it's not a formation, then what is it? Everyone was puzzled. Then they stayed here again for 3 days and 3 nights to study carefully. However, they still didn't find anything. Not only that, but they also encountered new trouble. Oh no, we can't find the way back. Damn it, that door is gone. What? The door is gone? Chapter 1221. At this moment, the scenery around them was like a real starry sky. There were stars everywhere, boundless and boundless. It was as if they were really in the universe. Damn it, are we really trapped here? Someone roared madly, unwilling to give up, and attacked the void. However, their attacks seemed to have sunk into the sea, not causing any waves. Next, they tried various methods, but they could not find the way back. It was as if they had really been exiled into the void of the universe. Gradually, they seemed to have lost track of time. No one knew how long had passed. From what they knew, it seemed like a month had passed. At this time, the heavenly netherbird outside had already entered, but the star pavilion they were in did not receive any attacks, nor did they find any movements. Therefore, they really did not know what was happening outside. Gradually, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years, everyone was completely lost in the starry sky. In the end, they decided that they could not sit still and wait for death. They had to find a way out. Therefore, they set off in one direction. This time, they would not stop until they got out. However, they seemed to have walked for 3 years, but they still could not see the end. This made countless people despair, and many people even had white hair overnight. No, if this continues, I'm afraid we will really die here. A few of the elders from the king families were worried because they found that the spiritual energy and vitality in their bodies were quickly disappearing. Even some of the older ones' vitality had begun to wither. Now, everyone no longer had the fighting spirit they had before. All they had was endless despair and fear. Lin Xian seemed to have become silent. He had been trying to find a way out, but he had tried all of them, and none of them had succeeded. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which allowed him to stay awake at all times. Therefore, he did not lose his fighting spirit like the others around him. However, it was not a solution to continue like this. Lin Xian, do you have any ideas? Are we really going to be trapped here until we die? Zhao Shui also frowned. On the other side, Murong Qingqing also pulled a long face and did not say a word. Don't worry. Things are not as bad as we think. Although it seems like many years have passed, it hasn't actually been that long. What did you find? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Murong Qingqing asked in confusion. Although the blood and qi of those elders has withered and become incomparably old, have you all noticed that our cultivation hasn't increased by much? It is true that those elders have aged. However, we are all quite talented. Under normal circumstances, we would have reached the 8th or 9th heavenly layer of exalted realm in 30 to 50 years. But now our cultivation is still stuck at the same place. Don't you think it's strange? As soon as these words came out, it immediately woke up many people, especially Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui. Their bodies trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. That's right. Lin Xian was right. With our aptitude, I'm afraid we would have already advanced. But now they didn't advance, which meant that there was a problem with the timing. If there was a problem with time, it meant that what they had experienced before was an illusion. It's not all an illusion. At least our mental states have changed, Lin Xian explained. However, he didn't say anything after that. Instead, he began to comprehend again, because he seemed to have found some clues. The endless starry sky, the vast universe, lost oneself. Could this be an examination of one's will? Lin Xian guessed. It was very likely. After such a long time, if one's will wasn't firm enough, they would have collapsed long ago. It could be seen from the surrounding cultivators. However, he remained firm and didn't waver, but he still didn't walk out of the starry sky. In other words, this wasn't an examination of one's will. Then what is it? Lin Xian frowned. He kept looking around at the starry sky and fell into endless thought. He wanted to ask Zero, but he gave up in the end. He had to rely on himself for this matter. However, it was this process that made his heart skip a beat. Zero was in the mysterious space in his body, and the mysterious space in his body was in the sword-shaped pendant. It was a miracle in itself. A finger-sized sword-shaped pendant actually contained a world. It was even bigger than the space opened up by those ancient powerhouses. It was really amazing. A flower, a world, and everything had a spirit. Lin Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have grasped the key. The vast starry sky was endless, and the universe was even more boundless. However, it was very likely that it was just a leaf or a flower. It was even possible that the entire universe was contained in a pavilion. Lin Xian also had a magical world in his body. That world also had endless space. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a confident smile. I am the universe, and the universe is me. This is both real and illusory. After saying that, Lin Xian took a step forward. This step seemed to cross time and space, as if he had stepped through eternity. In the next moment, light appeared around Lin Xian. The scene was no longer a vast starry sky, but an ordinary pavilion. We're out. Lin Xian was extremely excited. He looked up and found that it was an empty hall that could accommodate everyone. Everyone else was in the center of the hall. Their bodies were like statues, and everyone had a confused look on their faces. There was a huge star pattern under their feet. They had all gone out, but they had never stepped out of the star pattern. Is this a formation? Lin Xian looked ahead and was extremely shocked. But very quickly he denied this thought. Because it didn't look like an array, it looked more like a painting. No way! A painting can actually create such a terrifying scene. It's as if it's real. Everyone is lost in it. This method is too terrifying. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. What kind of terrifying powerhouse would have to have such a heaven-defying method? After getting rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, the most important thing now was to find the key to the astral chains. He looked around and found a stone platform in front of him. On the stone platform, there was a blue stone that looked like a real star fragment. Could this be the key to the astral chains? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly came to the front of the stone platform and then grabbed the blue stone in his hand. The stone didn't have any tough edges. It felt warm to the touch. Just as Lin Xian picked up the blue stone, the people in the hall behind him screamed, "It's gone! The stars have disappeared! Oh my God, we're saved! Thank the heavens for giving me a chance to be reborn." The group of people was extremely excited. They felt as if they had just survived a disaster. Where's Lin Xian? Chapter 1222. Over there. Zhao Shui stretched out her jade-like hand and pointed to the front. Then everyone looked forward and realized that Lin Xian was indeed there. Could it be that Lin Xian was the first to come out? In that case, it was Lin Xian who saved us. Everyone was astonished and shocked in their hearts. This was too unbelievable. Even so many elders and seniors did not come out, but Lin Xian walked out of the starry sky. How did he do it? Lin Xian only smiled at this question, then pointed to the ground beneath their feet. This is a starry sky pattern, the Murong family elder exclaimed. Could this pattern be a formation? Soon, a group of formation masters studied it. However, they realized that it was not a formation that they knew of. Perhaps it was a formation of a higher level. However, the Crimson Divine Dragon shook his head frantically. There was even a tinge of fear in his eyes. It's definitely not a formation. It's just a pattern. Damn it. Who could have such a heaven-defying method? He was too shocked because he could not do such a thing. What? It's a pattern. You're saying that we were in the pattern all along. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. After hearing this news, everyone was shocked beyond words. A pattern, just a pattern, had trapped all of them. If not for Lin Xian, they would have been trapped here for the rest of their lives. Who on earth is it? How could he have such terrifying means? The royal family elders were shocked. Even a king would not have such a method. The group was shocked beyond words. They felt that this place was filled with mystery and strangeness. Right, did you get the key to the starry sky chain? Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian. I got it. Lin Xian opened his palm, revealing the blue stone inside. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although they had encountered some dangerous situations, they had obtained the key to the starry sky chain. This way, they would have some confidence in facing the heavenly Netherbird. Since they had obtained the key, everyone left the Star Pavilion. The next thing they needed to do was to wait for the heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian had succeeded, but the situation at Songsong Pavilion was not optimistic. Ever since the last time, those formation masters had been researching nonstop and finally found a way, so they hurriedly took action. However, the defensive formation was even more powerful than they'd imagined. Thus, in the past few days, they'd only managed to break through a small part of it. If they wanted to completely break through it, it would likely take them 2 to 3 months. Half a month later, the heavenly Netherbird would break the Big Dipper 7-star formation and enter the Pine Palace. Therefore, it was impossible for them to complete it within half a month. For a moment, everyone's face was incomparably gloomy. No, we don't have enough people. If this goes on, we won't be able to break the formation. Why don't we go look for the people from the Morong family and Merry Woods? I think that only by working together we'll be able to quickly break the spell. Duan Tianqing frowned and said in a low voice, "All right, let's discuss it with them." Very quickly, a few martial artists ran towards the Star Pavilion. This small team was led by a formation master and 3 7th-rank supremacies. They were very fast and soon arrived near the Star Pavilion. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. This was because they'd expected the other party to be the same as them, unable to break the formation. But now, it seemed that something was amiss. This was because those people were sitting cross-legged on the ground, silently cultivating. However, they didn't have any anxious expressions on their faces. This made them very surprised. One had to know that they were about to go crazy over there, but there was no movement from this side at all. It was really too strange. Who's sneaking around? Get out here. Just as the formation master from the Palace of Gods of War was observing, the elder from the Morong family suddenly opened his eyes and snorted coldly. "Don't be agitated, it's us." The formation master from the Palace of Gods of War walked out with 3 martial artists. He didn't want to be misunderstood and be attacked by those people. "It's you." Many people present recognized the formation master. Among them, the elder from the Morong family frowned. "Weren't you guys trying to break the formation in the Pine Pavilion? Why are you here?" "To be honest, that formation is too difficult to break. Our people are familiar with it, but they can't break it in a short period of time. So, I think we should work together and break the formation together. This way, we can definitely break the formation before the Sky Netherbird comes. Otherwise, we'll all die here." "I knew you couldn't break it. But what does that have to do with me?" The formation master from the Morong family said coldly, "You guys were the ones who insisted on splitting up, and now you want to join up. Do you think the Palace of Gods of War can control everyone?" It wasn't just the Morong family. Even the elder from the Merry Woods was displeased. They were all king families. What right did the Palace of Gods of War have to join up and split up? What right did they have to listen to you? I know that both of your families are displeased, but now is not the time to be loyal. If that formation can't be broken, none of us can escape. You're thinking too much. We don't need you to care about our business." The elder from the Morong family coldly refused. The others also sneered, as if they didn't care about the threat that was about to come. "You guys are a bunch of idiots. Don't you know what kind of danger you're in?" Seeing that they weren't moved, the formation master from the Palace of Gods of War was furious. Since you guys don't want to cooperate, then don't blame us. When we break the formation, don't come begging us." With that, he coldly snorted and left with his people. Seeing them leave, the cultivators from the Morong family and Merrywood sneered. They didn't care about the other party's threat. One had to know that they had already broken the formation and obtained the star keys. When the time comes, it was hard to say who would beg who. However, the elders were worried. "Young Master Lin, are we really not going to cooperate with them?" Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head. It's best if we don't open the Pine Pavilion. Otherwise, if we destroy the control room, we'll be in trouble. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the heavenly Netherbird will come in early. In such a short time, we won't be able to control the Star Beast. Then we'll have no way to survive. Hearing this, the other elders nodded. Indeed, the formation was very important and they couldn't destroy it. If that's the case, then we won't go help. We'll stay here and watch. But I hope that the Star Keys can really control the heavenly Netherbird. Chapter 1223. Also, we won't fight the heavenly Netherbird head-on. We just need to hold it back. After all, it won't be long before we're transported out. As long as we can hold on for a while, we can leave safely. The day they left was around the same time as the heavenly Netherbirds' arrival, which was 3 to 5 days later. As long as they could hold on for a few days, they would be transported out. On the other side, the array master from the Palace of Gods of War angrily returned to the Tsongsong Pavilion. He told them what had happened, which immediately caused those people to be dissatisfied. What? You're saying that the Morong clan didn't cooperate? Damn it, those idiots. They don't want to live anymore. We don't need them. We'll break it ourselves. As long as we break their ray, they'll definitely kneel down and beg us. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were furious. Then they gathered everyone to break the array. They all began to act. They didn't dare to hold back anymore. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the heavenly Netherbirds' arrival arrived. The Tsongsong Pavilion had been busy for half a month, but they still couldn't break the array. Now they were like frosted eggplants. Each of them sat on the ground with a face of despair. The Star Pavilion. Lin Xian opened his eyes and adjusted himself to his peak state. He knew that they would soon have to face the heavenly Netherbird. This was a matter of life and death. If they could hold on, then they could leave safely. Otherwise, they would all die here. Fortunately, they weren't completely unprepared. At least he still had the stellar key in his hand, and after half a month of research, he could already control the stellar key. Not only that, he also had the Tsongsong sword. This was something that the heavenly Netherbird was wary of. Thinking about it, these two together could restrain the heavenly Netherbird. If it really didn't work, he could still control the 1,000 Beast Cauldron. This was his biggest trump card. After all, the 1,000 Beast Cauldron was a complete Earth rank artifact. It also had a special suppressive effect on monsters. Although he couldn't use the full power of the 1,000 Beast Cauldron with his current strength, it could still be useful. After all, Lin Xian's goal wasn't just to restrain the heavenly Netherbird. He also wanted its essence, blood, and black flames. The sky was clear and cloudless. However, it suddenly became gloomy. Countless gusts of wind blew, emitting demonic sounds. Suddenly, everyone felt an oppressive aura. It was as if a peerless demon had been born. That aura made them despair. Bang, bang, bang. After that, a deep voice rang out. Then, the entire Pine Palace shook violently as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Immediately after, a low voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Lowly worms, have you completed your mission?" Hearing this voice, many of the martial artists in Pine Pavilion began to tremble. This was because they had not completed their mission. On the Star Pavilion side, Lin Xian and the others held their breaths. They had obtained the Star Key, but that didn't mean that they would obediently hand it over to the heavenly Netherbird. However, if they didn't hand it over to the heavenly Netherbird, it would definitely be angered. Thus, everyone was extremely nervous. Bang! The Big Dipper array finally dimmed as the heavenly Netherbird tore a huge crack in it. The heavenly Netherbird finally tore it apart. Then, the heavenly Netherbirds huge body crashed into the Big Dipper array and appeared in front of everyone. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was as if the entire secret realm was about to be overturned. Countless black flames swept out in all directions like black waves, accompanied by a terrifyingly hot aura. Just the aura from the heavenly Netherbird was enough to make them unable to breathe. Someone actually obtained the star key. The heavenly nether bird revealed a surprised expression. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. You didn't disappoint me. A loud voice rang throughout the Pine Palace. What, they obtained the star key? How is that possible? Could it be that they broke the ancient array? Hearing the heavenly netherbird's words, everyone from the Palace of Gods of War was stunned. Originally, they thought that the Morone clan was the same as them and hadn't broken the array. That was why they had given up and refused to cooperate with them. But now, it seemed that they were completely wrong. The other party wasn't giving up, they were clearly confident. Because they had already broken the array, they didn't need to cooperate with them. They had already completed the heavenly netherbird's mission. Now, they were the ones in danger. No, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Hurry and meet up with those people. The group of people were terrified. They knew that the star key was their last hope. In the next moment, all the cultivators from the Pine Palace ran with all their might towards the Star Pavilion. The heavenly netherbird didn't pay any attention to these cultivators. He was currently staring at the people from the Star Pavilion, but he was actually staring at Lin Xian. This was because he could feel that the star key was in Lin Xian's hands. So it was you. No wonder I didn't know beforehand. You were a fish that slipped through the net. The heavenly netherbird was indeed surprised. This was because he had planted the black flame mark in everyone's body. As long as someone obtained the star key, he would be able to sense it. However, there were two exceptions. They were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They didn't have the black flame mark, so even if Lin Xian obtained the star key, the heavenly netherbird wouldn't know. Kid, I have to say that you've surprised me. First, you were able to enter the Big Dipper formation without anyone noticing. Now, you've obtained the star key. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. Now, give me the star key, and I can spare your life. The heavenly netherbird's voice resounded. However, Lin Xian shook his head. You want the key? Sure, but you have to let them go first. Lin Xian pointed at the surrounding cultivators. Suddenly, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of gratitude. This was because they didn't expect that Lin Xian would let them go first. This was to protect them. Humph, lowly worm. You have no right to negotiate with me. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the heavenly netherbird was displeased. Who was he? He was an ancient demonic beast. Even a king-level demonic beast wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But now, a lowly worm dared to negotiate with him. This was simply courting death. Do you believe that if you anger me, I can kill all of you with a single palm? The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. I'll give you one last chance. Obediently give me the star key, or you'll all die.